Please be seated. The commission will come to order. This is a continuation of the trial type evidentiary hearing in case number 9471. Do we have any new parties with us today that were not here yesterday? Seeing none, are there any preliminary matters we need to discuss before we begin?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Chris Gunderson on behalf of the applicant. Just wanted to update the commission on a few witnesses for whom the applicants will not have any questions. So starting with Secretary Bartenfelder and Ms. Cable, we have data request responses that we will have entered into the record, or would like entered into the record, but we will have no questions for those witnesses.
Okay.
In addition, Mr. Shaw, Mr. and Mrs. Tanner, Mr. and Mrs. Scott, we will have no questions for those witnesses. And Ms. O'Neill, we will have no questions, although we do have a couple of data request responses that we would like entered into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. Anything else?
That is all.
Thank you. Anything else from the parties? No. Mr. Gunderson or Mr. Coran, please call your first witness.
Thank you. We would like to call Timothy J. Horger to the stand.
Good morning. Please remain standing. Your witness.
Will you please state your full name for the record?
Timothy John Horger,
And what is your business address?
2750 Monroe Boulevard,
Who are you employed by and what is your title?
PJM Interconnection. Title is Director Energy Market Operations,
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
Transource.
Thank you. Do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Timothy J. Horger, which was filed on December 26, 2018, consisting of 3 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I did.
And did you adopt portions of Mr. McGlynn's direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
And does your direct testimony indicate which portions of Mr. McGlynn's testimony you have adopted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like Mr. Horger's direct testimony marked as Applicant's Exhibit 12.
So marked.
And do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Timothy J. Horger, dated May 8, 2019, consisting of 48 pages and 19 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like Mr. Horger's rebuttal testimony marked as Applicant's Exhibit 13.
So marked.
Mr. Horger, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimonies?
No, I don't.
If I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are the testimonies true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd respectfully move for the admission of Applicants' Exhibits 12 and 13 into the record.
Seeing no objection, applicant exhibits 12 and 13 are moved into the record.
Thank you. And Your Honor, we do have some limited live rejoinder with Mr. Horger.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Horger, I believe you should have in front of you a binder of the intervener's testimony. Could you please turn to Mr. Etheridge's rebuttal testimony?
Okay.
And if you go to page 5 of Mr. Etheridge's rebuttal.
Okay.
Now, in this section of Mr. Etheridge's rebuttal testimony, he suggests that PJM did not evaluate reasonably comparable alternatives to the IEC East project. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain to the Commission why Mr. Etheridge is mistaken in this belief?
Sure. From what I'm understanding, Mr. Etheridge is really taking a narrow focus on the projects that were analyzed in the 2014-2015 market efficiency window. So the 2014-2015 market efficiency window opened up in 2014 we had 93 proposals submitted for that for all the projects, all the congestion associated with that window. Of those, we took those 93 projects, we kind of grouped them into several areas per se. Group 1 was the AP South and related areas. We had other groups that were other areas too. But during that process, it wasn't just AP South we were actually looking at as far as, looking for increase in developing potential solutions for congestion. So, for example, we actually approved, or the PJM board approved, 11 market efficiency projects during that same window. And of those 11 market efficiency projects, 2 of them were actually very comparable to the eastern portion. They were the Safe Harbor Greyston Reconductor Line and a Peach Bottom Transformer. Now, they were small projects, but they were small, efficient projects that helped with some local congestion. But those were projects that were actually on the eastern side, similar to the IEC East project. Subsequently, later down in September of 2015, we actually did some more evaluations. That's when we started looking at inclusion of those 11 projects, looking at that optimal capacitor configuration, looking at other projects that could be combined with the 9A project West, and we found a bunch of different combinations. I think there were about 11 combinations, to the point where we got to the final 4 combinations. So there was other projects in there before we actually got to the final 4 combinations that included this eastern portion. I think they were labeled 17E, F, G, and 19G. So they were also eastern portion projects that we looked at for studies, but they just were not that beneficial. So they didn't meet the criteria to get to the final 4, I guess you could say. So we did actually evaluate a lot of projects on the eastern portion of the line.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the projects that PJM approved for the Safe Harbor to Greyston line and the Peach Bottom Transformer, were those using existing infrastructure?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, may you please now turn to page 18 of Mr. Etheridge's rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
And if you look at lines 1 to 3 on page 18, Mr. Etheridge, well, you can read it to yourself, but he suggests that there were Project 9A was providing benefits in areas that were not explicitly targeted by PJM. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
No, I think what is happening here, it's also taking somewhat of a narrow approach of looking at the analysis. The AP South congestion and related area congestion, that's a regional type of problem. It's a regional congestion. So the combination of an eastern portion and a western portion, as we have been identifying, that's what really solves this congestion that we're seeing in this area. So to take a narrow approach and say, that eastern portion of 9A was only in there as an incremental or in there to help the project to pass, or what it would be, that's just not the case. You needed both portions of that project, which all the analysis we've done really supported that too.
Thank you. And if you look further down on that page, lines 6 to 7, Mr. Etheridge says that Project 9A represented 2 distinct projects that Transource had bundled together. Do you see that portion?
Yes.
And same question, is that accurate?
No, it was one project, the eastern and the western project, that was needed to support this regional congestion.
Thank you. All right, can you now turn to staff witness Mr. Austin's rebuttal testimony?
Okay.
And if you turn to page 3 of Mr. Austin's testimony, he provides some calculations on customer benefits. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And am I correct that according to Mr. Austin's calculations, he calculated a gross benefit of net load payment reductions for Maryland customers at about $6 per customer?
Right, so I reviewed the calculations here, and based on his calculations, it's a method to determine, if you want to get it down to a per customer type benefit cost. Looking at it based on his calculation of a net benefit of 2, solely looking at the net load payment or net load payment benefits from the market efficiency calculation, that would require then that benefit would be $6 per customer per year.
Thank you. And what amount per customer would the costs be?
So just backing into it, then it would be approximately a $4 per cost per year per customer.
And Mr. Austin said that it's a net benefit of $2 per customer if you're only considering the net load payments. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Is that a fair representation of the benefits that customers would realize from Project 9A?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, when you look at the project, what he's doing here, he's solely focusing on the net load payments. Now, obviously, the benefit to cost calculation, the benefits is based on the net load payments, the formula that's used for the market efficiency process. But there are other substantial benefits that I do outline in my rebuttal testimony. And if I can just direct you to my rebuttal, it's probably the easiest method to do here. In my rebuttal testimony, starting on page 36, and I can hold if you need some time to get to that. But in general, I'm not going to read my rebuttal testimony per se because it's already in the record, but there's multiple benefits besides the net load payments. So his calculation of a net of $2 per customer benefit, that's solely looking at the net load payments, but there's also other benefits. I mean, obviously, there's the benefit from a reliability perspective that Mr. Hurlin talked about yesterday. There's also benefits to lower production costs. So that's a measurement that's not used in the analysis. Societal type production costs are a major reduction. I think it was approximately 180 million over 15 years. There's also some reductions in efficiency. So if you're going to add transmission here, what's going to happen? Obviously, you're going to have lower cost resources to provide to meet the load in the area. So you're going to have more efficient resources in there as far as that's concerned. And we also could see an increase in our capacity transfer limits for RPM. Just another side potential benefit there. So all these benefits, not just solely looking at the net load payments, if you're looking at production costs, all these congestion benefits, all these reliability benefits, all that for what Mr. Austin is recommending here for just a cost of $4 per year per customer, to me, that sounds like a lot of benefits for that.
Thank you. And one last question. If you turn to Mr. Smith's rebuttal testimony, please. And page 7 of Mr. Smith's rebuttal.
Okay.
Lines 3 to 6, Mr. Smith suggests that the commission would be well served if the applicant had conducted an analysis regarding the impact of an assumption that Maryland solar and offshore wind targets are met. Do you see that? I'm paraphrasing.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what's your response to Mr. Smith's rebuttal testimony here?
Yes, and I think Mr. Hurlin alluded to this a little bit yesterday, but some of the requirements that, and I read some of the renewable requirements that a certain amount of wind would have to be off the coast of Maryland and whatnot. Well, if you add wind, excessive amount of wind off the coast of Maryland, that is only going to add additional flow to this AP South and these other facilities. So in order to enable the transmission will help enable these resources, specifically the wind from the west and the east, to actually get into the load pockets where it needs to be to actually provide that energy. And I think it might be worthwhile also, and it's also in my rebuttal testimony, is, and let me just get a minute to get to that point, we wrote a paper on transmission, exhibit TJHR-14, and if you can just entertain me for a second here so I can just show you. I think if you go to page 32, looking at the top, page 32 of 68 of my exhibit. it's a little confusing because on the bottom there's pages too, but on the top, TJH-R14 exhibit, page 32 of 68. So that's actually a portion of our value of transmission paper that was produced earlier this year by PJM. And I was reading this last night actually, and it's interesting that what you're looking at here is, the state renewable portfolio standards in here. And, that has the state RPS targets, and I understand Maryland might have changed since this document was put out there. But on the bottom here, it shows the wind installed capacity in PJM, and it's constantly increasing the wind. And this is great. We're getting more renewables, wind, solar, different areas. But you can't just add that without having the right transmission in place. So there's certain ways that this paper kind of describes somewhat of the transmission enhancements, how it enables that to help meet these RPS targets and whatnot. So I thought that was interesting to read that. I wanted to point out there too.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, no more questions or rejoinder. Mr. Horger is available for cross-examination.
PPRP, like to go first.
Yes, sir, that's fine. Good morning, Mr. Horger. My name is Sandra McLemore. I represent the Power Plant Research Program in this case.
Good morning.
And I have about 4 areas that I'd like to talk about. The first, let's start off with what you were just talking about. You were talking about offshore wind.
Okay.
And bear with me 1 minute. Were you here yesterday when Mr. Hurling was suggesting that Project 9A would facilitate the transport of offshore Atlantic wind project into out of Maryland?
Yes.
And as you were just discussing, the point being that this additional 9A project would help get renewables into the grid. Is that correct?
It certainly should help, yes.
Are you familiar with the PJM generation interconnection queue process?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Is it true that generation developers that entered the PJM generation interconnection queue after the PJM board approved 9A had access to the incremental transmission capacity that Project 9A provided? Is that true?
You're talking about the incremental capability above what it was needed for? So,
Right.
So the project was put in the RTEP to alleviate congestion.
Right.
So it did not, it alleviates congestion, but that's what that project is for. So additional generation coming into queue, unless there's excess room available after that upgrade's put in, then they're not going to be able to take advantage of that. It really depends on what the system looks like after the upgrade's in and what the actual, where the generators are and in that respect.
Right, but at that point, is the project actually built?
No, but the generators are not online either at that time.
Right, but in the queue, they have access to the incremental transmission capacity of Project 9A. Is that not correct?
Well, the load entities have access to that capability. If there's anything beyond what's necessary to relieve the congestion, then that's available to the system as a whole.
Okay, including the new generation developers in the queue.
Of course.
Okay, and this is they have this access to this incremental transmission capacity at no cost to those generation developers if they proceeded with their proposed generation project. Is that true?
If they proceed with their project and we did not identify any transmission upgrades
Right.
associated with that, then that's true.
And to be clear, you didn't identify any transmission upgrades because 9A was already included.
I'm not familiar enough with every generation interconnection to understand whether there was upgrades identified. I would probably most generator interconnections do require upgrades, but I don't know what they are and what was necessary over the last 3 or 4 years.
But going back to what you just stated, or you just agreed with, that the generation developer had access to the incremental transmission capacity that Project 9A provided
If
at the
it
time
provides it, right.
if it provides it. But they actually got access to it prior than it being...
They get access if there's incremental capability available. So let me rewind a little here, that when a project comes into service, an RTEP project, it's put into service for a reason. For market efficiency, it was put in to help relieve congestion. So without that project, there's excess congestion. With that project, that congestion is relieved or mitigated. It might not be fully 100% mitigated. So now when generation interconnections come in, only to the extent that when they're coming in, that and they're not, this is more of a reliability issue too for generators, but only to the extent that there's additional incremental capability beyond what was needed for the original intent of the market efficiency or RTEP project, then they might be able to have access to that.
But isn't it true that this RTEP project would include these renewables, right? It was associated also with the congestion that might come in the future based on these renewables, would it not?
Not understanding the question.
Okay. Going back to, let's rewind a minute too. The generation developers, at this point, is 9A actually constructed?
No.
Okay, at this point, do you put it into the, and I apologize if I use the wrong word, the PJM,
RTEP.
right, so that when the developer that enters the generation interconnection queue, at that point, they have access to incremental transmission capacity for planning purposes. Is that not true?
If there's excess capability available.
Right, but at that point, prior to construction of 9A, is that true?
Prior to 9A, if there's excess capability available.
Okay, thank you. It's also true, isn't it, that PJM has no control over when generation developers enter the PJM generation queue, isn't it?
That's correct.
It is a competitive process, right?
The queue process?
Right.
So generators come in, and I'm not the expert on generation interconnection, so, I'm only going to, on a high level, but the generator interconnection comes in, we tell them what upgrades they need to build, and then they can connect. The competitive part of it is in the markets realm, whether they can get capacity commitments or not. The
Right.
interconnection process that's just a procedural type.
Right,
process.
so it's neutral, it's you don't play favorites.
Correct.
Okay. In PJM generation queue process, such that some generators in the queue have access to incremental transmission capacity and use up that I'm sorry, let me start over. Is PJM's generation interconnection queue process such that some generators in the queue have access to incremental transmission capacity and use up that capacity, whereas other generators in the queue are effectively too late and there is no more available capacity without additional transmission network upgrades?
Well, certainly the queue process depends on when you're entering the queue will determine, when the study is done. And that study is based on the model at that current time, which could include whatever transmission upgrades are in there. And there happens to be incremental capability available to the system, then
Right.
it's based on the queue process.
Right, so whatever's available at that time in the queue process.
Based on the model that's being developed at that time, yes.
Okay. Does PJM have any control over whether multiple developers of natural gas-fired combined cycle plants enter the queue and avail themselves of incremental transmission capacity before a developer of an offshore wind project similarly enters the queue?
I'll answer that as far as a generation interconnection process is based on when they enter the queue.
Right. Can PJM reserve incremental transmission capacity in Project 9A for offshore wind projects?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. This is outside the scope of his testimony.
Sustained, and these questions could have been asked in discovery.
Okay, thank you. Going to another line of questioning, please explain the extent to which you or other PJM staff members toured the eastern portion of Project 9A, the proposed Greenfield Double Circuit 230 kV line, and factored the results of that tour into your recommendation for the board to approve 9A?
So you're asking if me or my staff actually physically toured the physical locations of the lines? We did not.
Okay. Were you here yesterday when Mr. Hurling described the consultant's constructability review of Project 9A?
Yes.
And also, were you here when he was talking about the high-level desktop study?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the eastern portion of Project 9A, excluding the Conestone Northwest 230 kV rebuild reconductor, was expected to cost approximately $100 million when PJM staff recommended Project 9A to the PJM board?
I don't have the specifics. If you can
It's
lead me
in-
to where that's quoted,
Well,
because I don't have to know the numbers offhand.
Okay, it's actually in Mr. Etheridge's direct on page 32, if you would like to look at that.
Direct. I don't know if I have that one.
Would you agree with me, subject to check?
That Mr. Etheridge said that? Subject to check, I guess. I'm not agreeing that PJM is saying this.
Okay, would you not know, based on your position at PJM, the approximate cost to build the eastern portion of 9A, excluding the Conestone Northwest 230 kV?
So unless, I'm sure there's a breakdown of the cost of the project, but I don't know where that is at this time, so,
Would you have any ballpark idea of what that would cost?
no.
Would you have never, based on your position there, you're saying that you would never have known
Well, I
the
can
cost of that?
determine it, I can look it up, I can make a call and find it out, but right now, you're asking me what the cost of the eastern portion of the project is offhand for a certain component? I can't give you that answer.
Can you give me a ballpark?
The
No.
witness has answered the question.
Okay, thank you. Would it surprise you that where is your office located?
It's in Audubon, Pennsylvania.
Would it surprise you that the driving time from your office to the proposed Furnace Run substation location is only about 1.5 hours, depending on how fast you go?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't see the relevance in this.
The relevance is the ability to do more than just a desktop study.
The objection is sustained.
Mr. Horger, are you familiar with the overloaded transmission facilities PJM modeled on PPRP's conceptual alternatives 2, 3, and 4?
No, that was under Mr. Hurlin. Be better able to describe that. I'm familiar that there were overloads, but it wasn't part of my area's analysis.
If you could give me 1 minute, let me see if I can find what you might have done. Actually, Your Honor, I'm trying to get in a document I've shown to opposing counsel in this case. With this line of questioning, that's what I'm trying to do. So if we want to just cut to the chase, I could just ask him about it and authenticate it.
Ms. McLemore, is that the document we have before us?
Yes, it is. Let me,
You'll provide a foundation? Ms. McLemore,
I'm sorry.
you're going to be providing a foundation for this document?
yes, I am.
Okay.
Just note for the record that this document is confidential and CEII, so I just don't want anybody to say what the contents are.
Thank you, that is noted.
And I didn't have any questions on it specifically because I didn't want to go there.
Your Honor, if I may make an objection for the record, requesting that any confidential information be released to the public based on due process, Maryland Constitution, United States Constitution, and the applicable laws.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Ms. McLemore, what is your basis for requesting confidential treatment?
It's CEII, and it was marked confidential, attorney's eyes only, I believe.
Mr. Stevens, you have a copy of this document?
I do not, Your Honor.
I can only provide it to the parties that actually signed the agreement, and I don't believe, it
No,
came
Your
from
Honor,
the applicant. It's a response to a data request.
Mr. Stevens, you will not sign the agreement?
I cannot agree on behalf of myself or my clients to indemnify Transource, Maryland, or any of its entities.
I think also, because it's CEII, he would also have to execute the PJM CEII protective agreement.
Right. Yeah, now there are federal regulations as well at stake here. Ms. McLemore, what is the intent of this? You plan to, is your intent to move this into the record?
Yes, it is.
And what questions were you going to ask the witness?
Well, I'd like to back up a minute and just get his familiarity with.
Mr. Stevens, let's see where this goes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Horger, you're familiar with the evaluation of conceptual alternatives 2, 3, and 4, aren't you?
So, my understanding that there was a reliability analysis done on the several conceptual alternatives, at which point conceptual alternative 3 was modified or included some upgrades because they were very minor reliability upgrades, to the point where 3A was then able to be analyzed from a market efficiency perspective. My group was responsible to do the analysis, the market efficiency analysis only for conceptual 3A.
Okay, but in that, you just said that there were minor upgrades, correct? Your understanding that there were minor upgrades, correct? Were you talking about the overloads of the furnace run transformer that PJM discovered? Are those a minor upgrades? that
What
we're talking
conceptual
about?
alternative are we referring to?
2, 3, and 4, particularly 3.
So conceptual alternative 3, I'd have to, I know there was a minor upgrade that was necessary. I believe it was on a transformer, though. And I don't have the specifics on that at this time. I can look in, it should be in Mr. Hurlin's testimony, though.
Okay, if I give you the page, perhaps we can,
Okay.
okay.
So on Mr. Hurlin's testimony on rebuttal on page 30, it sounds like there was an additional transformer added.
Okay, thank you. And would you, based on your knowledge, would you agree with me that the combined emergency ratings of the 2 proposed furnace run transformers was 2,400 MVA?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Would you know if, based on your knowledge, has PJM investigated less expensive alternatives to adding a third 1,200 MVA transformer to solve relatively small overloads?
I don't know if we have. No. I don't know.
Let's see if, in Mr. Etheridge's attachment DDES10, do you have that before you?
In his rebuttal, which document?
It's in his direct, I believe. Oh, it's in his rebuttal.
Okay. Okay. What page?
It's actually an attachment DDE-S10.
I don't seem to have the attachment here.
Could I have a minute?
You may. You may approach.
Who's this rebuttal, but is the attachment separate?
She can direct them. Right.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Does he have two minutes? I think you might have to get just,
I'm ready if you are, Mr. Horger.
Sure.
Do you?
I
And
do.
it might be that you have no information on this, and I understand if you don't, but I'm wanting to see if you do. Okay, so just let me know if
Okay.
you're not. I want to talk to you about Project 511 that is highlighted in this attachment. Do you see that project?
Which attachment are you referring to?
Attachment DDE-S10
This 10?
to Mr. Etheridge's rebuttal.
Okay.
Mr. Horger, has PPL proposed utilization of higher capacity ACSS conductors on the existing Otter Creek Conestone 230 kV line as part of this project?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of this project. I know this project is currently under study. It looks like it's from our current market efficiency window, but the specifics of the project, other than what's described here, I don't have that information.
So in your job at PJM, you would have no reason to know this?
Objection, Your Honor. Witness has stated he doesn't have any information regarding the information provided on this page.
All right, thank you. We have no more.
Thank you, Ms. McElmore. Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Horger.
Good morning.
You would agree that PJM is not a siting authority, correct?
Yeah.
Or the siting body. So they don't necessarily care the actual path that is taken. They just want to make sure that for the IEC East project, that the Conestone is tied in with the Furnace Run substation, correct?
Well, not caring, I guess, is a strong word. I mean, we do perform you have that constructability analysis that gets done by the independent consultant, so that's kind of part of that process.
So long as it meets the cost-benefit ratios and provides the necessary congestion relief and potential future reliability issues, PJM is not necessarily concerned with the actual path, correct?
like I said, we look at the constructability analysis, and if the results of that say that it's not feasible or there's something in there that is, needs to be explored further, then that might be necessary.
Could you take a moment, and I want to direct your attention to the siting study as part of the PJM application? And I'm looking at figure 6.
Is this the west or the east side and stuff?
East, sir.
Yeah, witness, Mr. Baker. Let's see what the question is.
Okay. What page?
There's no pages. It's one of the attachments. It's titled Figure 6 Alternative Routes.
Is it under the appendix or in the main document?
It's page 26.
So there's a page. Okay. Okay, I'm looking at a graph here, I guess, a map. Yes.
It's a map. And on there are 3 proposed routes for Project 9A, correct?
I see alternative routes. So
D, E, and F?
yes.
And you would agree that each one of those alternative routes are considered within the PJM Project 9A. They meet the cost-benefit ratios and provide the necessary congestion relief and reliability issues?
Without specifically knowing exactly what these projects were or what they are, and I can't answer that, whether they would meet. Is because I'm not familiar with the siting part, as I've mentioned, so this is really outside of my expertise. But if you're showing me here the same project, the same electrical characteristics of all 3 of these, and it's 9A, under those caveats, then yes. But other than that, I really can't speak to it.
You would agree that any project should meet and follow applicable Maryland laws, correct?
That's not my area. I'm assuming Maryland would have their laws, and they would have to. They wouldn't approve it unless it was based on, the laws.
And in your experience with PJM and their projects, regularly routes are adjusted so long as they meet the necessary requirements of PJM?
This is probably best answered by Mr. Hurlin, but my understanding is yes, routes can be adjusted.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Counsel for Office of People's Counsel.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Hojer.
Good morning.
Hojer, is that right?
That's fine.
So I've distributed a little package of data requests. I think I provided some, but I'll pass out a few more as well. And if we could pass one to the witness. if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you. There's just the rest. Yeah, that was from yesterday. Yeah.
Did one make it to the witness?
Yes.
You have one? Yes. Thank you, sir. So starting off, just a couple of, and to confirm, you were here for Mr. Hurling's testimony yesterday. Is that right?
Yes.
And so I think there were a couple of items he said you might be the better person to authenticate. We'll get to those. There was one item, OPC, it was OPC marked as OPC Exhibit 11 for identification. Mr. Chairman, there was one page missing from that.
Yes.
Mr. Hojer is the sponsor of that. We could, and in terms of identification, would you like me to re-identify it as a following exhibit, or shall we keep it as Exhibit 11?
This is data request 9-6?
Yes.
Let's keep it as 11.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hojer, do you recognize this document?
What? It's on
They're
OPC 9-6?
9-, yes. The applicant's response to OPC 9-6.
If you
It may be the last one in your packet. It's
I have
two,
it, yeah.
2 pages.
Okay.
And how do you recognize this document?
Well, I know it was discussed yesterday and it was part of a data request.
Okay, and if you know, are you a sponsor of this document?
I'm a partial sponsor, I guess, yes.
Okay. And would you be able to verify the contents of the document as a sponsor?
I can verify the actual numbers. I'm assuming they were pulled from the PGM settlements process, so I'm assuming they're okay.
Okay. Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, if we could move for the admission of OPC Exhibit 11.
Seeing no objection, we're moving OPC 11 into evidence.
Thank you, sir. And just one other similar process here. Do you happen to have in front of you, and that's not in the packages I provided, but it might be in a folder that was left over from yesterday, two documents marked as OPC 8 and OPC 9. Those were the market monitor
This thing's,
studies.
I have them now.
Oh, perfect, perfect. And I think, if I recall correctly, Mr. Hurling said that you were the reviewer and expert in these documents.
I don't think he said, oh, well, I don't know if he said I was the expert. They're not my, you're talking about the market monitoring reports. I would say they're the experts on these documents.
But you have reviewed these documents, is that right?
I periodically review. I don't read them word for word, but I'm familiar with the content.
Okay, and these two marked as OPC 8 and 9. One is the 2008 State of Market Report for PJM, and that was number 8, and number 9 is the 2019 Quarterly State of the Market Report for PJM. Have you reviewed both of these documents?
Right, so 8 is the 2018. I thought you said yes. Have I reviewed them extensively? No, but I'm familiar with the information and the data.
Okay, and you would be able, can you verify that these are generally accurate representations of these documents?
Yeah, generally the Modern Analytics, which is IMM, their data is very consistently and usually accurate.
Okay, and with that, Mr. Chairman, there was a fair amount of discussion yesterday. I think it would be helpful to have these admitted into the record as OPC 8 and OPC 9.
Well, Mr. Raker, the witness just said that he believes that the data is accurate, but how are we going to authenticate this extrinsic evidence to be admitted into the record? He's not with the market monitor. Is there an exception?
Well, he certainly has reviewed these and able to note the information therein.
But he's just a casual observer. He had no hand in creating any of these documents. I don't see how we could use this witness to authenticate the market monitor's annual report or the quarterly update.
Well, all right, then let me come back to that,
Okay.
if you don't mind. Thank you. Moving, okay, so let me circle back to that. And could I turn your attention to OPC Exhibit 10, if you happen to have that in front of you? That was marked and admitted yesterday. And do you recognize this document?
It's a data request I sponsored, yes.
And so, this was briefly discussed yesterday. And isn't it true that PJM's market efficiency updates issued after the TIAC, or rather by the TIAC after February 8th, 2018, also didn't include any sensitivity analysis?
I would consider those reevaluations in themselves a sensitivity analysis on the original project.
But they didn't include the same type of sensitivity analysis as included in the initial evaluation.
And can you be specific on sensitivity analysis? What specifically?
Sure. And we can turn to the specific data request noted at the in the first paragraph. The last sentence there, which maybe the whole sentence. The last couple of lines, it says, was determined by PJM to have a cost-benefit ratio or benefit-cost ratio of 2.4 in the baseline scenario and a benefit-cost ratio that exceeded 2.00 in all sensitivities and reached 4.67 in one sensitivity.
That's
so when I say sensitivities, that would be these additional sensitivities performed in the additional.
Right, so those sensitivities that we did, there were changes in gas prices, changes in load forecasts. So since the project was approved in August of 2016, we ran 4 reevaluations. All 4 of those reevaluations, although we didn't run multiple sensitivities on the evaluations, by definition, by running reevaluations, they're using updated gas prices, they're using updated load forecasts, they're using updated assumptions which cover a broad range. So them in themselves, that's what I'm saying, are sensitivities.
Okay, so I do get that, but the additional sensitivities were not run for those follow-up analyses.
Are you saying we took the reevaluations and then on top of them already being the sensitivity, did some more variations on them? I'm
Yes.
just trying to get the...
That would be what I'm saying, yes. So each of the follow-up evaluations that then came up with a new benefit-cost ratio didn't have the additional sensitivity analysis as was run in the initial evaluation.
Right, and part of the reason you don't really need that is that, and maybe I can refer you to my rebuttal testimony just to kind of show you,
But
understand it more, or,
right, but the question is that those sensitivities weren't run. Is that right?
well, I'd like to explain that. That's why I'd like to show you to my rebuttal testimony, if that's okay.
And we can certainly do that on redirect, but my question is simply if those sensitivities were run.
There were sensitivities because they were in themselves sensitivities, each reevaluation. Now, we didn't run multiple on each reevaluation. We didn't go back and rerun additional sensitivities that weren't necessary at that time, I would say.
Okay, so they weren't run, but your answer is also that they weren't necessary.
The additional ones besides the hundreds of sensitivities we probably ran since it was originally started, we don't think they're necessary.
Okay.
And they're not required, by the way, to.
Oh, sorry. Let me ask you another question related to that. Do you recall yesterday a brief discussion with Mr. Hurling about the possible impacts of renewable generation, especially solar and wind, on the congestion that Project 9A is designed to mitigate?
Yes.
And you briefly noted wind in your rejoinder testimony this morning, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall Mr. Hurling saying that solar generation may be useful to alleviate at least some of the congestion?
Sure.
And isn't it true that sensitivity analysis on the possible impacts of such renewable generation on the transmission congestion would be a useful determinant to help analyze the possible impact of the renewable generation?
Right, and part of the sensitivities that were originally done and the reevaluations include, portions in there that have, updated load forecast assumptions. It includes, the load forecast does include renewable as far as solar gets incorporated in there, energy efficiency gets incorporated into that analysis. So the database, the data behind running the analysis involves a lot of, different assumptions that do include some of this information, and we're actually projecting out, based into the future of what that potential, would be whatever would be in the queue as far as renewables, whether it be solar or wind at that time. So I'm hesitant to say no, it doesn't include that, because they do. It's an extensive model. It does include a lot of information.
Okay. And those forecasts, are those specifically based on state policies? Specifically Maryland state policy?
To the extent that state policies need to be incorporated, we would. For this project, I don't think state policies were included. They would have to be more of a state policy initiative project through Order 1000.
Okay. And if I can turn your attention to OPCDR 3-7, that would be part of the package that I distributed to you.
Okay.
And if we could have this marked as OPC 13 for identification.
So marked.
And do you recognize this document, Mr. Hojer?
Just give me 30 seconds to read it real quick.
Sure, please. Take your time.
Okay.
And how do you recognize this document?
It was a data request that I sponsored.
Okay, and are the contents of the document still accurate?
I believe so, yes.
And to summarize PJM's response here, PJM is saying that it did not conduct and does not have an analysis indicating in which year of the 15-year horizon the benefits of Project 9A will outweigh the costs of Project 9A. Is that accurate?
Right, so the market efficiency analysis is a pure net present value 15-year calculation value. So we do it over 15 years and determine it based on the total of the 15 years cost, project benefits versus cost. So we don't do it incrementally by year per se. We got to follow what our operating agreement and tariff requires us to do.
Okay, so there's no analysis done per year, and so to follow up on that, there's no specific indication as to when exactly the benefits will outweigh the costs in which year.
We did not determine that for this. Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I could move for the admission of this into the record, Mr. Chairman?
Seeing no objection, OPC Exhibit 13 is moved into evidence.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention, Mr. Hojer, to the applicant's response to OPC 6-4B. And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I sponsored this data request.
And if I could have this marked for identification as OPC 14,
So
Mr.
marked.
Chairman. Thank you. And are the contents of this document still accurate?
Yes.
And is it also true that PJM has not performed an analysis to determine the impacts on the benefit-cost ratio if the IEC project's in-service date is delayed beyond November 2020?
That's correct.
And if the project is delayed beyond November 2020, there would be at least some additional costs that need to be taken into account. Is that accurate?
That would be a question more Transource would need to answer. That would be more of a question that Transource would have to answer. I can't. They're the ones that determine the cost for the project.
And Transource would be providing you with that information. Is that right?
They would provide PJM with the information. Yes.
Okay. So let me. So if we can move that into the record as OPC 14, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no objection, OPC 14 is moved into evidence.
Thank you. And if I can turn your attention to your rebuttal testimony, sir. Page 19.
Okay.
And if I could direct your attention to lines 2 through 6, starting with For example, in PJM's operations, PJM typically does not experience congestion on the AP South, AEP Dominion, Conestone, Peach Bottom, and Greystone Safe Harbor interfaces at the same time. When one of these areas is constrained, the others typically would not be, but all areas are persistently constrained. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And when there's congestion in each of these areas, the congestion impacts different groups of customers. Is that accurate?
In general, this congestion typically impacts a broad range of customers, but they're not all going to be the same.
And these impacts would then have different costs on these different groups of customers depending on where they're located. Is that right?
Potentially.
Okay. So, let's see, we can come back to potentially the market analytics report one more time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hojer, if I can direct your attention also to page 17 of your rebuttal testimony. And you note here line 2, starting with, in fact, it's demonstrated in table 2 above, and as noted in section 11 of the monitoring analytics state of market report in 2018, congestion in AEP South, and it goes on from there, and you make a footnote 4 to the monitoring analytics PJM State of Maryland report 2018, section 11. So in terms of OPC Exhibit 8, would you have a chance to have taken a look at that in preparing your rebuttal testimony?
I reviewed section 11 of the market monitoring report. Is that what you provided here?
You can feel free to take a look at that, OPC 8.
Okay.
And is that section 11?
Yes.
Okay. So you are familiar with that particular section because you would have probably reviewed it in completing your rebuttal testimony. Is that accurate?
Yes, I mentioned that before. I'm familiar with it, yes.
Okay. So with that, we could move for the admission, Mr. Chairman, I think, of OPC 8 specifically.
I don't know, Mr. Raker. He's simply citing to the IMM report in his testimony. He's not vouching for its authenticity. He did say that the data is typically accurate. I think that was the witness's testimony. Are you arguing that his citation to that authenticates this piece of extrinsic evidence? Or do you have an exception that the bench should consider?
I think I don't think it's worth getting into, but I think with that I have no more questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raker. Counsel for Maryland Public Service Commission's Staff Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Horger.
Good morning.
Turning to page 16 of your rebuttal testimony at line 13, you note that reliability projects often show an economic benefit by mitigating congestion. And then going on to page 23 of your testimony, you include a table here of various various projects that have reduced actual congestion. Is it true that all the projects listed here were originally reliability projects?
I think it's a combination of some reliability, market efficiency projects.
These are all projects that were completed prior to 2018?
Right. So the chart or table 3 is demonstrating some major projects that have helped reduce congestion on the system. And the idea is to show that when that project went into service, which is that third column, that after it went into service, congestion was reduced significantly. That's what's being demonstrated here.
Thank you. On page 24, lines 2 to 3, you state that the AP South interface and related constraints have been a persistent problem for years, which market forces have not solved. By this statement here, you're just referring to the history of this. Are you making any suggestion that in the future that market forces will not be able to solve this constraint?
The analysis has shown that future market efficiency congestion will exist on these constraints, absent this project. So, does that answer your question?
You're stating that market forces themselves will not resolve this constraint.
It's unlikely. They have not since. So this congestion's been around for over 10 years, and it hasn't gone away. And ideally, potentially, generation gets the right signals to build to help remove that congestion or relieve that congestion. It just hasn't happened. And whether it be because of physical limitations of where the generators can be or whatnot, I don't know. But that congestion continues to exist, and the future simulations that shows it's still going to exist going into the future.
Thank you. Going on to page 28 of your rebuttal testimony. At line 4, you indicate here that state mandates on renewable energy may be assisted by this project if they're located north and west of Maryland. Why did you assume that they would be located north and west of Maryland?
So, and it's actually, you could include the east, but when this testimony was given, I was really thinking, well, the east is the ocean. We're not really going to put anything out there. But we've had a lot of changes, obviously, especially in Maryland, with potential wind out on the in the ocean there. So it would actually help with eastern also, as far as if it would have to come over the peninsula and into the Maryland area from that perspective. So yes, north and west is typical because they're major regional facilities where the cheaper, some lower cost generation is typically whether it's wind from the west or from the north, the Marcellus shale, lower cost gas. But certainly wind from the east, it would help enable renewables from the east to also come into the system.
By your answer, are you suggesting that wind sources located off Maryland and Delaware, in that location, offshore wind resources located there, that the general transmission path would need to take them through Pennsylvania to get to Maryland?
So if you're going to inject a certain amount of megawatts, so my understanding is, and I'm not an expert on the renewable standard, but 1,200 megawatts or so, which 1,200 megawatts is equivalent to about 1.2 million homes, because you think about 1 megawatt is typical 1,000 homes. So if you're going to inject a certain amount of megawatts by a certain year off the coast, especially of Maryland, which my understanding is the requirement, it has to be off the state of Maryland, it most likely then off the Delmarva Peninsula. That flow, the only way it can go is has to go up and around the Delmarva Peninsula, in which case it's going to start aggravating the congestion on AP South, AP Dom, Safe Harbor Greyston, Conestone, Peach Bottom, which are all these constraints that this project relieves and mitigates.
Thank you. Turning to page 29, you have a general question and answer here discussing use of cost, or excuse me, use of benefit cost calculations on a statewide basis and a regional basis.
Okay.
If PJM only performed benefit cost analysis on a state basis, would that prevent PJM from addressing transmission congestion?
So the region, we wouldn't be able to, PJM is a regional network, so transmission lines go across state boundaries. So I don't know how you relieve congestion on a portion of an electrical line. You know, the way electricity works, it's based on the path of least resistance. It's going to flow based on, you know, an injection point, which would be these generators, whether they be renewables or whatnot, and it's going to withdraw at the actual customer. That's way the energy is going to flow. To break that into by state and kind of determine a congestion on a specific line by state, it's not, from a regional perspective, it's taking the regional benefits out of it. And I don't know if it can even be done.
I'll accept that answer. On the next page, on page 30, and you're addressing staff witness Austin in your question and answer here. On line 15, you say that he did not correctly account for zones that span other multiple states. Based on your review of his surrebuttal testimony and your statements today during your live rejoinder testimony, has Mr. Austin corrected this deficiency in his filed surrebuttal testimony?
Right, so it appears that Mr. Austin, you know, redone his calculation. He originally had $1, and he might have recognized, based on maybe my rebuttal, that his calculations maybe were not accurate. I don't know, but his surrebuttal, he came back with a different number. His number was the $2 per Maryland customer on average. And based on his calculation, the way he's doing it, I think it's a method. You know, what he really did was take, okay, what are the percentage of customers in each transmission zone? So some transmission zones cross over boundaries of states. So he determined a method to say what portion would be in one or the other. And I think that method's appropriate, but he only measured the net load payments, as I mentioned earlier in my test or today, that focusing narrowly on the net load payments, you know, I think is not the right approach if you're going to look at the total value here. And for some of the reasons I mentioned earlier today, then I don't think I need to repeat.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to page 33, and in the Q&A in the middle here, you discuss the independent consultant who did the constructability evaluation of the project. Were you here yesterday when Mr. Weber was testifying?
Yes.
And do you recall that he indicated that they considered the Transource transmission line to be a one-year construction project?
1 year construction project?
Yes.
I'll take it that he said that, but I don't totally recall that sentence, but I'm assuming,
Or a single season construction project?
meaning it can be built in one season?
Yes.
I believe the witness said yesterday that the entire duration of the project would take approximately 1 year.
Okay.
Here you, in your testimony, you reference a white paper which you've attached as Exhibit TJH-R3, which is entitled the PJM 2014-2015 Long-Term Proposal Window Independent Cost Review. And if you turn to page 4 of that attachment, it indicates a 59-month project schedule.
Okay.
At paragraph 4.3.2. Do you know whether this includes when it states from project initiation, whether this includes the application, for example, this proceeding here?
Yeah, my understanding that's from start to finish, like the proceedings also. But, I didn't write this papers per se. This was an independent consultant who did that.
Oh. I guess that's the end of that line. On page 43 of your rebuttal testimony, this is the answer to the question that started on page 42. And is it your testimony that zones which will see an increase in costs as a result of this project, that the reason for that is because they are benefiting from the current congestion?
So, right, so congestion is really an inefficiency on the system, where on one side of that constraint, you got customers who are going to pay more. On the other side, they're paying less, and it's really that inefficiency. When you remove that inefficiency from a congestion standpoint, then there could be some increases in costs, but the overall thing is a more enabling of the transmission system to allow for lower cost resources to actually get to the load. So from a congestion standpoint, there could be those non-benefiting zones. Yes, they could actually incur an additional cost. From a production cost perspective, prices should go down for all entities at that point, though.
Overall, is there a cost reduction as a result of this over all zones?
Not sure I'm understanding your question.
what I'm asking is this a zero-sum?
No. If you're asking that, removing the congestion, you got winners and losers, they're all even and call it a day, and there's net no benefit? Absolutely not. There's certainly many benefits associated with it, which are clearly outlined in my testimonies.
Thank you. What would be your best argument to customers in those zones that we're going to ask to pay somewhat more as a result of this project?
So, by definition, with Order 1000, it's a beneficiary type pays. So, the zones that would have a cost allocation for this project are the actual zones who are going to benefit from the reduction in congestion. All zones are going to benefit from the enabling of the transmission system to allow for efficient resources to actually come online and run, and which will ultimately produce, one, lower production costs, allow more renewables to come online, reduce overall congestion too.
Thank you. Staff will have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Gunderson.
Yes, very briefly, some redirect. Mr. Horger, Mr. Raker was speaking to you about sensitivities analyses. Can you explain why it was not necessary to run multiple sensitivities on Project 9A in the PJM reevaluations of the project after 2016?
All right, so I think the best thing is if you look at my rebuttal testimony on page 45. This project, we've been studying this project since 2015 when the proposal window closed. And that involved many, or what we have listed here is 23,000 hours of simulation runs, which is far exceeded that since we've been running reevaluations. And these sensitivity analysis, and it's very important for PJM when we approve a project to not just run the benefit cost, call it a day, and it's approved. We really need to make sure these projects are robust and provide the benefits and the needs that are necessary. So part of that is we do sensitivity analysis. So over the last, we're looking 5 years now, we run sensitivities on gas ranges, from, I have here from $3 up to $8, load forecast from 150,000 up to 179,000 megawatts. We did it on speculative generation. We did it on recent FERC approvals of changes. We did it on changes in the financial discount factor information. Long list of what's here, and I'm not going to repeat it all, but we did a lot of sensitivities on different things. So they are sensitivities in themselves, and then the reevaluations, they're all additional sensitivities because now you're doing it based on updated assumptions, and those updated assumptions will include the updated load forecasts, gas prices. It'll include updated interconnection process, what generators are in the queue, all that information that was included in the original base case 5 years ago is also included in every reevaluation, but updated to include the most updated values. And all those keep showing that the benefit cost ratio, exceeds the threshold.
Thank you. You also mentioned state policy initiative projects. Can you explain what those projects are?
So there's certain projects under Order 1000. There's different avenues, I guess, for evaluations of projects. We have the market efficiency, we have reliability, but there's state-driven policy-type projects. That's also an area under Order 1000 where we can look into potential enhancements on the system. And Mr. Hurlin would be better to answer specific questions about that.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, for market efficiency projects, PJM's load forecasts do include anticipated development of renewable generation that may be used to satisfy state rec requirements. Is that correct?
Right, so the load forecast will include a lot of different metrics in there based on what data we're confident and have in that forecast, and that will get included also into our ProMod analysis. So really in the ProMod is the tool we use to run the market efficiency analysis. At the end of the day, we're just given a number for the load forecast for each of the future years, but that load forecast, we have an entire department dedicated on determining what that load forecast is, which is driven by a lot of different initiatives that will be going on too.
Thank you. And as well, the PJM market efficiency load forecasts also include anticipated implementation of energy efficiency programs in response to state initiatives as well. Is that right?
Right. So we really, in the load forecast over the last, it's been a while now, we've been including energy efficiency. So actually, you'll notice probably in our load forecast in the future, it doesn't go up as high. I guess the slope, it's more been trending very even, very low % increase each year, and that's mainly because energy efficiency programs are incorporated in there that we actually reduce our load forecast to account for energy efficiency.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
You were here yesterday when I talked to Mr. Hurling about a couple things. I think you were in the room. One was the pending closure of TMI Unit 1. And I think he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that that's already baked into the analysis. Can you put some more meat onto the bones? How is that baked into the analysis, specifically on Project 9A?
Right, and that's a good question. So with any market efficiency project, before we study these projects, we develop what we call a base case. And our base case is looking at current and into the future, everything that we know of. So as far as generation interconnection process, deactivation notices, load forecasts, transmission upgrades, we incorporate those in the model so we can get the most accurate model when we run the analysis. So any deactivations that are notified by PJM at that time, we will include or exclude, I guess, for a deactivation from our model. So the TMI was actually not included in our model, and the reevaluations, it was not included in the model because knowing that it had a deactivation notice for retirement.
So, but the last analysis you did was in 2017 on this project. Was the deactivation notice filed?
The last analysis we actually did was in earlier this year, 2019. We did an analysis.
I'm looking at.
Yeah. And we did one in 2018 also. I think in my rebuttal, somewhere here.
I'm looking at TJH1, which you adopted
from Flynn.
From Flint McGlynn, which said that the last study was 2017, so I apologize for that. I'm just taking it right out of your...
That's okay. My rebuttal testimony has some updated when we did evaluations.
So then you did formally cook that into the analysis?
Yes.
Okay, in subsequent studies. All right. Just a second follow-up from yesterday. You heard me talking about the failed RTEP projects, path and map. As a Maryland commissioner, because they were kind of painful for the state of Maryland and its policymakers, and I put that right at the feet of PJM's failed RTEP process, fairly or not. That's my opinion. Why should this commissioner not believe that this is another pending path or map failure?
Yeah, the only thing I could say is there's a lot of history behind the congestion in this area. I mean, I've been working at PJM 17 years, and as far as I know, we've always seen congestion in this area. Little transmission upgrades here and there may help, but at the end of the day, the congestion continues to exist. The path and the map line, they probably would have helped with the congestion in this area.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, and I don't doubt that there's congestion. In fact, I know there is. But Maryland policymakers, including myself at the time, were told those projects would solve the problems. Millions of dollars, many millions of dollars were spent developing those projects. and they're not built today, even though many millions of dollars were spent to solve the congestion problems. Why should I not view this as another pending similar situation? What makes this one different than those?
Yeah, other than, there's a lot of history that shows when you build transmission in the proper locations that it's going to have a societal type benefit to everyone, whether it's congestion reduction, production cost reduction, enabling, by definition, if you're going to add transmission and remove congestion, you are going to allow lower cost resources to enter the market. So I understand your dilemma that potentially the transmission might go away, but I just don't see that happening based on the history.
But you're not answering my question.
Okay.
My question is, what makes this project distinguishable from the other two failures that this one isn't going to fail? Because I don't have a high degree of confidence, to be honest with you,
Okay.
based on that history.
Yeah, I mean, the other two projects were reliability projects, my understanding was. This is a market efficiency project. So that's one difference. I'm not saying when you say fail, like, there's no indication we're going to be removing this from the art.
From my perspective, when Marylanders pay many tens of millions of dollars for something that they never got, they never were delivered on, it wasn't buildable, that's a failure.
Okay.
Maybe you don't look at it that way, but I do, and I'm wondering
That sounds-
why isn't this going to be a failure?
Yeah. I just,
And you're
Like
the
I
guy.
said-
You're the guy in charge of the planning process. So
the market efficiency process. Mr. Hurlin over there is the planner. But
I was taking score who deferred to whom more often yesterday and today. I think he still has you beat, though.
I'm pretty sure of that. All I can say is the history is there, and it continues to show. Our future market simulations continue to show this congestion, and I don't know what other confidence besides that. We have built many market efficiency projects, and this isn't the first one. This is probably the largest one, obviously, so it is a little bit more impactful. But we've approved 29 market efficiency projects that were built. And we continue to build them, and it does reduce congestion, and so I don't know if that helps or anything.
Not really, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Horger. If you would turn to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony. On lines 6 through 7, you're talking about saving PJM consumers approximately $931 or $932 million in congestion costs. So I just want to be clear, because there's been consumers and PJM, and then folks in the zones that are affected. Do you mean that when you say they're PJM consumers, you don't mean all PJM consumers? You mean the ones in the zones that will benefit from the congestion?
Yeah, and that's it's a good question too, because we do the measurement based on net load payments, which is a reduction in our, basically it's the LMP times the actual megawatts that are being consumed, and we reduce it by the hedging mechanisms, what we call financial transmission rights. But it's a somewhat measurement of congestion too. The congestion, obviously, depending on what side of the constraint you are, some zones are going to benefit more from the congestion aspect. So that's why we thought it was also important to look at it that, from just the congestion LMP perspective, yes, that 931 million might be focused in certain areas, but from an overall perspective, by, removing that congestion, you're enabling the transmission system to allow a lot more efficient resources. And that's where some of the other things that are mentioned here, such as production cost, will benefit everyone in that respect.
Okay, so the 931 is the customers in the zones that will be improved by the reducing the congestion, and these other numbers are sort of more societal benefits. PJM being the society.
Yeah, if you can, I think you can look at it that way. Production cost benefits you can consider society type benefit.
Okay. All right, thank you. If you'll turn to page 46 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So it says here that the cost range for conceptual alternative 3A was estimated to be 426 to 466. And where does that estimate come from? Is that a PJM estimate?
So that was based on, I don't know the exact answer to that. I think it was a combination of PJM and reaching out to the people who proposed this alternative, or the actual, I forget who it was, PPRP, I guess, maybe. But I don't, PJM does do there's some typical type cost estimates for certain pieces of equipment that are very standard. So I think some of that cost estimate was based on, this is what this standard equipment cost. But
Right.
then I think there had to be a combination. We had to work with the entity also.
So I should maybe check with Mr. Etheridge and see if he contributed to that cost estimate. He's the PPRP witness,
Yeah,
I believe.
I think Mr.
No.
Stein.
Mr. Stein? Okay. Thank you. I'll make sure to check with that. All right, so on the next page, you talk about the cost-benefit ratio of 3A versus 9A. I assume that those are both using the new version of the cost-benefit analysis?
yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And as you said before, when you looked at the cost-benefit analysis for 3A, you didn't look at the constructability or anything else. You just sort of did a shorter version of your standard test,
That's right.
Okay. Excuse me.
Plus,
And on the next page, on page 48, you have a chart, a comparison chart, and that chart has just this is the 931 million that we were talking about before. So those other benefits that you have on page 6, the 140, the production cost, all that, would those apply to both of these alternatives?
there certainly would apply. The magnitude obviously
Might
could be
be
different, yes. But
But they certainly, these other benefits in terms of reducing congestion and that sort of thing to PJM as a whole would apply to both.
they would, just with a different magnitude, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So, this commission is faced with different requirements than the FERC, right? I mean, then this commission has what its statute says it needs to do, and you're aware that, of just are you aware generally of what it is, that this commission has to make a separate review from what PJM would have to do
Yes.
under FERC-approved tests, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, when you say that your review of 9A, now I'm back to 9A, when your review of 9A included proposals with existing infrastructure, right? That you've said that?
The review process, so there was 93 proposals. There were some projects that we actually approved for existing infrastructure.
That had existing infrastructure. And was that existing infrastructure in Maryland or Pennsylvania or both?
I know there was some in Maryland.
Okay.
I believe it was both.
Okay. And that's only, that review was done only because those were the projects that were proposed. You didn't independently go out and look at other infrastructure, because that's not within your test and not within your process. You look at what is proposed, and that is the,
That's right. We have the
Soulmate.
competitive process, so, and there's a lot of participants in the competitive process, and that kind of flushes out in that process.
right. And so, and when you were doing that, you were considering all of these proposals, all 93 that get reduced down and reduced down and reduced down. They weren't being considered, okay, well, here's 9A, and I have to look at a bunch of alternatives to that. I'm just picking from what then comes down to 4 projects, and which one is the best of that. Is that right?
Within the 93 projects.
Within the 93, and then reduced and reduced down. And
Correct.
so you're really just picking the best one from from the perspective of the PJM, market efficiency test.
Right, but it was multiple projects we actually approved of the 93. It wasn't just 9A, but yes.
Right, but with respect, because all this commission is concerned with is 9A, because that's what's in Maryland. So,
We approved some projects in Maryland too during that window.
all right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
9A is in this proceeding, and that's what
Yeah,
we're talking about
okay.
right now. So that's what I'm getting at. That you didn't look at this you didn't look at alternatives from the perspective of 9A, and now I'm going to look at a bunch of other places where I might go using existing infrastructure. You looked at the various projects that were proposed and narrowed them down to ones that met your test.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning.
Morning.
I have a couple of questions from your testimony. If we could turn to Table 2 in your rebuttal. It's on page 18. I was hoping you could give me a little explanation about what's happening there. Specifically in 2014. That's around the time when PJM began or opened its long-term window to receive proposals for the AP South area, and that's the same time when we have this fairly significant jump in cost here. So, was there something happening at that time that
Right.
caused that to?
So to explain the table a little bit, that's congestion, which includes AP South and some of the related constraints like Safe Harbor, Greyston, Peach Bottom, Conestone, those type of facilities where we total the congestion in those areas, because that's really what this project, it's helping relieve congestion in those areas. Congestion does fluctuate. In 2014, we were running the analysis, but we were doing it for the future conditions. My mind's slipping me when we had a polar vortex situation. We had a couple winters where we had some really high congestion, specifically in January, over the last 10 years. And my mind's slipping me what years it is, but I think it might have been associated, like one of those years where we had extreme cold weather.
Yeah, that's around when it was. I suspected that's what it was, but I didn't want to testify.
Tested me.
But at the same time, I noticed that over the following couple of years, it drops down fairly significantly. So I guess part of the question, and to go a little further into the question, you testified in page 16 that, and several other places that this region has seen decades of congestion. So, you opened the long-term window in 2014. So I'm curious as to why PJM didn't seek developer proposals to address this congestion earlier.
So the market efficiency process in general with Order 1000 hasn't been around past that long to begin with. So when you're going back to like 2012 and back in those days, the market efficiency process was really just getting, maturing at that time. It's mainly reliability based, and then we had mechanisms to look at market type solutions, but then Order 1000 came in and it made it much more competitive too. So I would say, the historical, even farther back, we kind of relied a lot on generation to help relieve that congestion. Reliability upgrades many times help relieve congestion, but it wasn't until we started really developing a market efficiency type process that we really started looking into and studying more and fixing specific congestion issues.
Okay. So in response, just a little while ago, in response to a question from Commissioner O'Donnell, you stated that this was a market efficiency project as opposed to the earlier projects from PATH and MAP, which were reliability related projects. Am I repeating that accurately? Or
Yes.
Okay, so we heard from witness Hurling yesterday that PJM identified this project now as a reliability project towards the end of last year. Is that
Well, this project is still a market efficiency project, but if this project is not, if it doesn't go forward, then there are going to be reliability criteria violations that need to be resolved. And that's what Mr. Hurlman was referring to, that we would need to develop or figure out, whether it's through another Order 1000 window or whatnot, we'd have to develop reliability upgrades if this project was not put into service. So this project specifically is market efficiency, that's the driver, but when you remove the project, we have reliability issues that would need to be resolved.
Okay, so let's, if we could, think about it from a hypothetical perspective. I'm thinking about long-term impacts to Maryland. If this project does not go forward, and there's now this reliability concern that you just mentioned, there's clearly going to be a cost to address the reliability concern through some form of proposal that PJM develops from a transmission perspective. And I know this is very hypothetical, but in terms of financial impact for Maryland customers, which one are we looking at as being more beneficial to the citizens of the state? The current project or something that's developed later focused more on reliability exclusively?
Yeah, and that is a hard
I know
hypothetical.
it's hypothetical, I know.
My understanding is the reliability violations, some of them were on regional 500K facilities, which are going to be major costs to relieve, to fix those reliability violations. So I don't have an essence for what that cost would be. I mean, you also have to look at it as the sunk or the lost cost that if you don't do the project, as far as access to lower efficient resources, renewable resource, to meet the standard. I really think that to meet those standards for offshore wind, if transmission's not built, I just don't see how that energy can flow into the proper load pockets unless transmission's built to enable it. So I think that's going to be important too to look at also. But
Well, do we have some experience in the past with part of the reasons that we heard about yesterday for why Path and MAP we didn't go forward with those? That there was a number of DSM-related initiatives in Maryland that eliminated the need for the project to go forward. I mean, is that in your opinion, is that something that is a solution that Maryland should look at for this project, or could that alleviate the congestion, the reliability concerns, everything?
it's certainly any type of initiatives that can reduce costs, I think are good. I don't know if it's there. I just don't know if the transmission, based on the history we're seeing as far as congestion in this area, that just without transmission upgrades, I just don't think you can get there, but certainly we have been modeling renewables, modeling programs in place, and it's just the history hasn't panned out to recognize or that congestion hasn't been reduced.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I have additional question or if it's just a building on Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Linton. But again, I think one of the issues that's been brought to us to consider from the parties is, it's not that the PGM analysis isn't good or accurate, but is it relevant to what we need to decide here in Maryland? Will it support our decision? Is it good for Marylanders? And so going back to the analysis done for the 2016 decision and all the sensitivities that went in that, has that really taken into consideration some significant events that have taken place? I mean, we're talking about, not just Maryland having a greenhouse gas initiative, but even Pennsylvania, Virginia are looking at their carbon policies. So, I mean, if there are significant, requirements now coming, not just from Maryland policy, but Pennsylvania and Virginia to meet those, and looking at that 15-year time frame, I mean, have your sensitivity analysis really taken that into effect? If we go back to a really robust, clean, whatever the last greenhouse gas national policy was in the last administration.
Clean power plant?
Yeah, clean power plant.
We actually did a sensitivity on that.
Yeah, I see that you said
and
that.
the benefit to cost ratio went even higher. But we do include as much as we can, what are known state initiatives, RGGI program that was put in place. We do model emissions and whatever, we can incorporate into our models, we certainly will. My hunch is that as we include more of these, it's going to be even more important for this line to be built. It just seems that based on the analysis or based on what we're seeing, it's just going to increase the flows across, because this is a regional facility. It's not a locational type thing. So from a regional perspective, it's covering a lot of ground, a lot of areas from an electrical and a geographical standpoint. So adding, all these initiatives, whether it's in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and all these, this transmission type of stuff are only going to help, I think, with those initiatives.
Okay, even if some of those generation sources, because again, if you follow the line, what is being delivered down the line, but if there's a significant change in even Pennsylvania's policies in over the next 15 years, will those lines still be necessary? And if we have a national policy, a national greenhouse gas policy, will those generation sources that right now are coming predominantly from the west and north, would those still be needed? Again, looking at a 15-year time frame, and just considering how much has happened just since 2016 to now.
So the lowest cost resources are going to be renewable resources. Wind, it's solar. A lot of our low cost resources now is Marcellus shale, a lot of that lower cost gas. I don't see those going away. They're ones right. They're low cost. Wind is being built. PJM built 6,000 megawatts of wind in a 5-year period, or not PJM built, but 6,000 megawatts came into the queue and have actually been in service since then.
Okay.
And it has drastically helped. We've reduced the carbon emission by 30% over the last 10 years. These are the type of things that, the transmission only helps to enable that, in my opinion. And I know it's very location. It can be locational based, and it's different for each state, and that's where it's tough for your decision. But I think from the renewable standard perspective, that's a lot of renewables we're looking to bring into the state, especially from offshore wind, which has to be within the state limits, and that's the transmission projects like this should only help with that.
Okay. Yeah, we're also talking about a significant amount of required generation inside the state from solar power, going up to a 14.5% must come from solar energy by 2030 by a policy that just happened this summer, or just this last legislative session.
Okay.
And just again on these offshore wind, it's not just Maryland that has this policy. New Jersey, Virginia, many of these states. And so if you're looking at a 15-year time frame, it seems like we're just making a lot of quick assumptions that it's just coming into the Delmarva Peninsula, and then, lo and behold, we have, fortunately, this project right now we're looking at. But if you're really modeling a potential of, not just 1,200 megawatts, but, multiple projects up and down the East Coast, wouldn't that require a maybe more specific study on the flows and what kind of transmission projects would be necessary?
Certainly. I think if we certainly had an extensive amount of wind across the entire coast, that there's a point where, and we do that in our interconnection process. They have to study that, but, we do certain state studies too. We have done many of them before. I don't know if we've done a specific one associated with wind, but
okay. But that might be relevant then to the decision, maybe just hoping that, serendipity, if we have this project that is before us now, that may not be necessarily, if I'm hearing you correctly, the answer for the potential of a lot
we probably need more, actually.
Coming
we probably even need more transmission if you're going to have that much.
From a different direction, though. From a different
Yeah, you think about it, where does the power go? It goes to the cities and the load pockets. So unless that's really changing, the flows are still going to go there. Now, granted, like you said, if there's enough solar and there's stuff that could help within the cities, but the flow of electricity is going to go to where all the customers are. So if you're adding gigawatts of wind off the West Coast, it's going to go to New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington. That's where it's going to go for the most part.
Yeah, I understand. So, but that may again require a better analysis on what do we do
From
for
that
our
perspective.
transmission system for the potential of having this offshore wind.
Yeah.
And when you do your analysis, you pretty much just focus on transmission solutions, right? I mean, you don't really go in and say, well, a state like Maryland could also benefit from more generation or better load shaping as alternatives or as part of a package of
Yeah, and that's a
of
tricky
balancing,
question.
what a state should do to come up with the best cost option. From
Yeah, it's a-
your point, you just look at transmission.
Well, it's not just, we look at battery assets too. People have submitted in this current window batteries as transmission. Now, we're considering battery as a transmission asset, but if you put them in the right locations, mainly for smaller type congestion, it can help relieve congestion. But other programs like that, can't direct the states to do certain things as far as renewables and whatnot, or
Well, it's not so
forcing
much-
generation. Generation is more of a commercial.
But it's not so much directing. I mean, in this proceeding, you're making a recommendation that this transmission line will be a solution. But you didn't go back, did you, and say, well, Maryland or this this congestion could be solved with a couple of well-placed generating assets, or
No.
better load shaping and demand response programs, or gee, if all those states continue with their energy efficiency programs and they're successful, that would be an also a solution. You don't necessarily approach it that way, do you?
Not necessarily that way, no. We have the base model we develop, and that's what we use.
Just around transmission.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Do the parties have questions based on the resulting response of the witnesses to the commissioner's questions?
Yes, Your Honor, I do briefly try to clarify some things. Mr. Horger, were the map and path projects canceled by PJM as a result of changes in PJM's load forecasts?
I don't know the exact, I think they were, I believe, among, the updated assumptions.
Right, updated assumptions. And were part of the reason that assumptions were updated, was that due to the Great Recession in 2008?
Most likely, because that was around the timing, of when it happened.
And after the map and path projects were canceled, did PJM engage in any internal review to determine how PJM's load forecast could be improved?
Yeah, we had an extensive process where we updated our load forecast to include many variables, including energy efficiency.
And were those improvements applied to PJM's review of Project 9A?
Yes, they were part of it.
And have PJM's most recent reevaluations of Project 9A showed that the need and benefits that it would provide to customers are on an upward trend?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yes,
Ms.
sir. I
McLemore.
I have a couple of clarifications, and then from Commissioner O'Donnell's responses to Commissioner O'Donnell.
Okay.
And then I also have another one in response to Commissioner Richards. When you were talking to Commissioner O'Donnell, you stated that when you build transmission in the proper location, it can be a fix. You remember that discussion? You remember
Yeah.
saying that? You were not implying that PJM had any part of siting a project, were you?
No, as far as electrical location,
All right,
I was
thank you.
referring to.
And you also indicated that that we built market efficiency projects. Once again, you were not applying that PJM actually constructs market
The
efficiency.
PJM board approved the market efficiency projects. We ran the analysis, but we didn't build them, obviously.
All right, thank you. And then, in response to Commissioner Richards, you were discussing something, and I'm going to ask: are you familiar with Mr. Hurling's testimony? Have you read Mr. Hurling's?
I've read it, yes.
Okay, and you may not know the answer to this, but on page 20 of his rebuttal testimony, if you could turn to that.
Okay.
I believe you were having a discussion wherein you were talking about different state policy objectives and what PJM does to address that. Are you familiar what an integrated resource planning process is?
Somewhat.
Okay, would you agree that PJM does not prioritize state policy objectives as part of an assumed integrated resource planning process? In other words, you do not in any way look at the policies and try to come up with fixes to it on a holistic view from a state perspective, do you?
No, but we'd certainly support the states in any initiative they would have, whether they would help, if they would want our input, and we have provided input, which is normal.
Of course, but you don't come up with the solutions for a state's policy objectives and how to address it, do you?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr.
questions, Your
Riker, Mr. Stevens. No. Okay. We will recess until 1:05 p.m. this afternoon. Back on the record in case 9471. I believe the next witness is being sponsored by Office of the People's Counsel. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Alexander, please call your witness.
All right, I call Douglas A. Smith to the stand.
Please swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Would you kindly state your name for the record?
Douglas Smith,
And would you please state the name of your business and its address and location?
Daymark Energy Advisors. I'm officed out of Portland, Maine, 48 Free Street, Portland, Maine.
Would you please state the position that you hold in the business?
I am a managing consultant and treasurer of the organization.
Okay. Mr. Smith, do you have before you a copy of a document entitled Direct Testimony of Douglas A. Smith that was pre-filed in this proceeding on April 12, 2019?
I do.
Does it include 45 pages of narrative testimony, your curriculum vitae, a number of responses to data requests propounded in this proceeding, and other exhibits?
It does.
Your Honor, I would like to have the direct testimony of Mr. Smith marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 15.
So marked.
Mr. Smith, do you have before you a copy of a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of Douglas A. Smith that was pre-filed in this proceeding on May 22, 2019?
I do.
Does it include 8 pages of narrative testimony and 2 exhibits?
It does.
Your Honor, I would like to have the pre-filed surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Smith marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 16.
So marked.
Were all of these documents before you prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimony at this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
If I was asked the same questions or provided the same testimony today, they would be the same with the exception that I noted in my initial testimony that analysis on a conceptual alternative had not been done, and subsequent to my testimony that has been done. So if I was answering it today, that would be different, nothing else.
Okay, thank you. For these reasons, do you adopt these direct and surrebuttal testimonies respectively as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that OPC Exhibit numbers 15 and 16 be admitted into evidence.
Seeing no objection, exhibits number OPC 15 and 16 are moved into evidence.
Your Honor, the witness is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Counsel for Transource.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Max Kernan on behalf of Transource. I'll be asking you a few questions this afternoon. First, I'd like to start off with your direct testimony in the CV that you provided attached to that. It is marked as Exhibit 1 to Douglas Smith's testimony, and I'm referring specifically to page 4 of 5 there.
I'm there.
Okay. I note that you are an accountant, sir?
I have a degree in accounting, yes.
Oh, correct. You are not a professional engineer, are you?
I am not.
And you do not have a degree in engineering?
No.
And you are not a transmission planner, and you have never worked as a transmission planner, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And my understanding that your involvement based on your employment history in the energy industry did not begin until 2004 when you started at La Capra. Well, I guess now it's Daymark. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to page 3 of your direct testimony, if you have that.
Yes.
All right. Starting at line 1, this is where you indicate the summary of your testimony. You see that?
Yes.
And it says that your testimony will review the proposal, the need for the project, the methodology used by PJM to select the project, and the claimed economic and reliability benefits of the project. You see that?
Yes.
Now, recently during the deposition that we took of you a few weeks back, you had indicated that none of the projects that you've worked on at Daymark have been related to the PJM process or PJM's direction of a market efficiency project. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've never testified before regarding PJM or PJM's market efficiency project, have you?
No.
And you have never attended a PJM committee meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've never attended the TAC or the Transmission Expansion Advisory Committee, is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of your experience, you have never participated in a FERC or a Federal Energy Regulatory proceeding in which the PJM process or its methodologies for selecting transmission upgrades were at issue.
Correct.
So, as the subject of your testimony, you are not testifying as to the appropriateness of PJM's selection process or PJM's the appropriateness of PJM's market efficiency process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me turn your attention, sir, to page 8 of your direct testimony.
Yes.
It looks in this section, you're providing a summary of the planning process conducted by PJM in which Project 9A was proposed and selected. You see that?
Yes.
And towards the bottom of the page, you discuss, starting at lines 15 through 18, that in the case of Project 9A, PJM commenced a long-term proposed window. I don't have to read it out, but then it goes on to say, during this window, PJM solicited proposals to address various issues, including transmission congestion issues occurring across the AP South interface. Do you see that?
Yes.
As part of your testimony here, you are not providing any analysis that Project 9A will not address the congestion that was at issue in this open window, are you?
No.
And you've provided no analysis for this commission that Project 9A won't in fact produce the congestion reduction that PJM forecasts for it.
I am not.
Let's turn over to page 11, sir. Of your direct testimony. Actually, starting on 10, you discussed the drivers that were the focus of the need for Project 9A. Then going over to page 11, you indicated that the drivers associated with Project 9A have changed over time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you indicate in this portion of your testimony that the congestion in connection with AP South has declined significantly. That's on lines 5 through 7.
I see that.
Okay, and you haven't provided any analysis to this commission for the cause of this decline, have you?
No.
So as part of forming your opinions in your direct, you did not analyze congestion on any other interfaces that may be impacting the Maryland consumers, did you?
No.
For instance, you did not look at congestion changes or congestion on the AEP South interface, did you?
Well, I reviewed the PJM analyses, and those analyses included congestion across all interfaces, and the benefit cost results that I reviewed include the impacts of all of those. I did not specifically identify or review the congestion on any one interface, and I did not model or did not report the historical congestion on others, but they were embedded in the PJM analysis that I reviewed.
Page 11 of your direct testimony. The only congestion that you spoke of in your direct testimony is on the AP South interface, correct?
Correct.
You did not reference in your direct testimony changes in congestion on the AEP South, AEP DOM interface, did you?
Correct.
And you didn't evaluate changes in the Safe Harbor to Grayson interface, did you?
Correct.
And you didn't address any changes in congestion on the Peach Bottom to Conestone line, did you?
Correct.
Now let me turn your attention, sir, to page 12 of your testimony. Are you there?
Yes.
And here you discuss that PJM has identified that if Project 9A is not constructed, there could be reliability issues on the system in the future. Do you see that?
Yes.
And later on page 12, you indicate that, or claim that a purpose-built project may be less expensive, may be a less expensive alternative to address these reliability violations. Do you see that?
I do.
And you have provided no analysis for this commission whether or not there is in fact a less expensive alternative to Project 9A, have you?
No one has, correct.
Right. And you have not, and let me ask you this, a potential less expensive project could involve another greenfield transmission project, couldn't it?
Certainly it could.
Let me turn your attention to page 41 of your direct testimony, sir.
I'm there.
Well, starting at lines 9 through 13, you indicate that it is apparent that a generation option could provide the congestion relief benefits similar to the transmission solution. Do you see that?
You added a word "the," but yes.
Oh, I apologize.
Broadly, yes.
And other than that edit, you still, that is your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you performed no analysis for this commission of the current generation in the PJM queue, have you?
Correct.
And you performed no analysis of the likelihood of the construction of any generation in the PJM queue, have you?
That's correct.
And you performed no analysis of where that generation is likely to be located or constructed, have you?
I have not provided any independent analysis of that, correct?
Let me turn your attention to page 39 of your direct testimony.
I'm there.
Here you're discussing that PJM, and I believe as part of your introduction to your testimony, you indicated there has been some additional analysis of some of the conceptual alternatives, correct?
Subsequent to my testimony, correct.
And here you indicate that that PJM has conducted some evaluation of conceptual alternatives, correct? But is this where you're modifying that to say that since you filed your testimony in April, you understand that there's been some additional analysis, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you agree with me, you're not aware of any alternative that's been presented in this case that would produce greater congestion savings than Project 9A, correct?
Congestion savings, correct.
Your Honor, those are all the questions I have for him. There are a set of data request responses that we would like him to review and place those into the record. They're data request responses that were sponsored by Mr. Smith. I think we have the full set.
Okay.
Okay.
You may approach.
Approach Mr. Smith. Your Honor, instead of marking these individually, I think our plan would be to have Mr. Smith review the package, and then I'd ask, after he's done that, be able to mark it for identification as applicants number 14 as a packet.
That sounds fine.
Mr. Smith, before we began this afternoon's proceedings, I provided you and your counsel a set of data request responses that had been sponsored by you in the course of the discovery phase of this case. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
I have.
And are there any additions, corrections, or modifications to any of those DR responses?
With the inclusion of 213 that you just provided me, no.
So as a result, as a result of adding 213, that's the full package of data request responses that we provided you.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that, if no objection, those data responses be moved into evidence as applicants 14.
Counsel, so this would be Transource 2-13 and the other data responses that we have before us?
Correct. That's the full package.
Okay.
We would add 213 to the package of 20-some-odd DRs.
All right, so we will mark this as applicant's exhibit number 14? 14. Are there any objections?
Is council planning on asking questions of these or just introducing
just
them as
having them
evidence? No,
introduced.
Your Honor, I have no objection.
Are you making a motion?
I'm sorry, we would move for the entrance of applicants 14 into the record.
Seeing no objection, applicant's exhibits number 14 is moved into evidence.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Do any other parties have cross of the witness? Seeing none, do the commissioners have any questions of the witness? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Oh, can I?
Oh, yes. I apologize, Mr. Alexander. Any redirect?
A little. Mr. Smith, do you recall Transource counsel asking you about testimony that you provided or you didn't provide about other interfaces as it relates to congestion in your direct testimony?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything about other interfaces in your surrebuttal testimony? Or any tables that related to any of
I
it?
did.
All right, and can you just very briefly summarize what your discussion is of those other interfaces as they relate to AP South?
So in my surrebuttal testimony, what I was responding to was the historical information provided in rebuttal to my point. I believe it was Mr. Horger who provided this. And I broke out the historical congestion. Mr. Horger provided a line graph summing up these four interfaces that he claimed were key to review together. And what I showed is that the pattern of congestion over the period of time that Mr. Horger provided that historical information has changed dramatically. And so while it may very well be important to view all of them, it is not sufficient to just look at the sum of them and to get a picture of how congestion is impacting wholesale energy prices, impacting the congestion component and therefore wholesale energy prices in the region and therefore impacting customers.
Thank you. And do you recall Transource counsel asking you about alternatives, alternative proposals to relieve the congestion that's being discussed in this proceeding?
Yes.
And you stated that yet you didn't do any independent analysis of these alternatives, correct?
Correct.
Do you say anything in either your testimonies about these alternatives that have been proposed by PPRP, Mr. Etheridge?
Well, in my initial testimony, I indicated that at least one of them appeared feasible, appeared like it might resolve congestion in the region. So that is in fact then proven out in the additional analysis performed by PJM, and I believe I briefly note in my surrebuttal that that is the case. I also there was talk in rebuttal to my testimony about the potential for generating units to mitigate the congestion problem. My initial testimony indicated that the change in methodology that PJM used in the last evaluation, where they removed the FSA units from their base case and reran their benefit cost analysis. The fact that with that change in assumptions, there was a great increase in the benefit cost ratio shows the potential impact that FSA units could provide. I understand that these units are not guaranteed. I understand that some will come online and some won't. But I wasn't testifying to the actual outcome of any individual one of them. I was just pointing out that PJM's own analysis shows that properly placed generation can in fact have a large impact on congestion, and in their two model runs, in fact, did.
Okay, and finally, do you recall Transource Counsel asking you about whether you had testified at the FERC or at any commission about the PJM previously, about the PJM's rules or processes?
Yes.
And do you recall that you said no to those questions?
Yes.
Have you testified about any, have you previously testified about any aspects of transmission in other proceedings?
Yes, I've testified on similar types of analyses to these. Certainly the facts and circumstances were different, the jurisdiction was different, and the driver for that transmission was different. But the analysis of using production cost simulation tools to identify impacts on the wholesale energy markets with and without a transmission project is something that I have performed frequently in my career and have testified to in other jurisdictions previously.
That's it, Your Honor. I turn them over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I wanted to ask you about the broad assertion that you make that we should deny this CPCN because PJM's process isn't designed to give us the information we need to make such a determination. Am I paraphrasing your position correctly?
I think that's certainly one of the reasons why I believe.
But if that's true, wouldn't they have to redesign their process to determine whether or not there is a need or the information is there for each jurisdiction in the whole PJM? In other words, in this case, Pennsylvania and Maryland? But they would have to have a process for each state.
I understand your question. I don't think that follows. I think that PJM is properly following its process that it presented to FERC and had approved. And that process is an important piece of the overall process of siting and paying for infrastructure. But it's only a piece of that. You are a piece of that. Environmental permits are a piece of that. There's a lot of steps to getting a transmission project or any energy infrastructure project sited and built. And I think that it would be, you're right, it would be impossible for PJM to include, we heard testimony this morning about the number, and I think yesterday as well, about the number of hours spent, or the number of machine hours, or whatever their stats were on the amount of analysis they did. If they had to account for every permutation of every state law and changing state law and policy, they could never analyze anything. But when the PJM process is complete and an applicant needs to come forth and propose, whether it's to Maryland or Pennsylvania or Maine, where I am from, or anywhere else, there's additional considerations that they have a burden to meet. And my reading of the statute that you'll be deciding this on is that there are other considerations beyond the limited ones that are part of the PJM process.
I don't disagree with that. Of course, that's why we're here, right? But I'm looking at your words, and I'm trying to understand your words. The question on page 4 of your direct says, based on your analysis, do you have a recommendation as to whether the Commission should grant or deny the application by Transource Maryland for the issuance of a CPCN? And your answer is, yes, I do. I recommend the Commission deny the applicant's request for the issuance of a CPN. The PJM process is insufficient for determining public convenience and necessity in Maryland because it is not designed to answer the question of whether a given project is in the best interest of Maryland ratepayers. So we could never approve anything that they bring through this process to us under that reasoning. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough. That may not have been as artfully worded as it should have been. I believe that there's additional information that would be needed on the record beyond the PJM process.
Fair enough. So we could develop that in this case and then make a determination.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that you weren't suggesting that we would never reach enough information to make a determination here.
Excuse me.
Right.
No.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herman.
Mr. Smith and if you would turn to page 36. Oh, sorry. Page 36 of your testimony. I guess it's your direct testimony.
I'm there.
Okay. I'm a tad confused by your testimony, and maybe you can help me out. You say that Maryland's been allocated a significant portion of the cost of 9A, and that but the allocation percentage has remained the same. But then, if you look on page 29, is it 20? You say that the zones with customers in Maryland were initially expected to receive 46% of the benefits, but now only 37% of the benefits, but we're still responsible for 46% of the final cost. So the percentages remain the same, the allocation percentage remained the same, but the benefits are different. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
So, right.
I get it.
Okay.
All right. I never mind. My confusion is my own there. Okay. You've said, and along the lines of what Commissioner O'Donnell is asking, you've said that the record is insufficient to determine whether or not suitable alternatives to 9A exist. That's on page 37 of your testimony.
Yes.
Did you review the siting studies?
I did not review them in detail. I certainly took note of them. I was referring specifically to the conceptual alternatives.
Well, the siting studies have a number of alternatives, and for east and west, at least 3 each for east and west. So you didn't look at those, though?
I did not review those in detail, no.
You did not. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. The witness is excused. Counsel for Transource, do we have witness Tierney available?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
Dr. Tierney is available.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tierney. If you could please remain standing.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Do you swear and affirm under the oath of office that the testimony you're about to give in the matter of assignment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Will you please state your full name for the record?
Susan Fallows Tierney.
And what is your business address?
Oh my goodness. I've recently moved to Denver and I can't remember my business address. I'm going to give you the Boston headquarters number. 111 Huntington Avenue, Boston, Massachusetts. That is ridiculous.
And who is your employer and what is your title?
Well, I do know that. My employer is Analysis Group and my title is Senior Advisor.
Thank you. And are you testifying on behalf of Transource Maryland today?
I am.
Thank you. Do you have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Dr. Susan F. Tierney, filed on May 8th, 2019, consisting of 26 pages and one exhibit? I'll give you a moment to find that.
Yes, I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimony?
No.
If I ask you the same questions today that are contained in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is the testimony true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to mark as Applicant's Exhibit 15, Dr. Tierney's rebuttal testimony,
So marked.
and respectfully move for the admission of Applicant's Exhibit 15.
Seeing no objection, applicant's Exhibit 15 is moved into evidence.
Thank you. We have no rejoinder for Dr. Tierney, and so she is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Do any parties wish to cross?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple of questions. I also have a data request that that Dr. Tierney sponsored. I'd like to get into evidence. If it's okay, if you would allow me to go ahead and get it ready and pass it along
Please
before
do.
we start.
Yes.
Thank you. It may take a couple of minutes because I'm having to...
Looks like a set.
Good morning, Dr. Tierney. My name is Sandra McLemore. I represent the Power Plant Research Program in this case.
Good afternoon, Ms. McLemore.
I'm doing that every time. Thank you for
See, you two are confused.
I am confused. You have before you a document. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And is it the response? Is it a true and accurate copy of the response you provided to PPRP data request 12-04?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to have this document marked as PPRP number 3.
So marked.
And respectfully, I'd like to move it into evidence as well.
Any objections? None. PPRP Exhibit number 3 is moved into evidence.
And I just have one follow-up question to this. It would be with regard to To D, your response in D there. And the sentence specifically states, the last sentence says, these are the types of impacts that are considered in the state or federal environmental impact statement or reviews or citing studies presented to state agencies. Do you see that there? It's the last
Yes,
sentence.
I do, yes.
With regard to those citing studies to state agencies, shouldn't the citing studies provided to the state agencies include information that's required by state laws or regulations?
Of course.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Tierney.
Good afternoon.
As part of your experience on the Massachusetts Siting Board, does Massachusetts have agricultural land preservation easements?
Absolutely.
And it's important that those be considered in factoring any siting of a power line, correct?
Yes, including any provisions related to those easements.
And it's important that as part of the analysis of placing a power line in a particular place, that those easements are analyzed for the specific requirements pursuant to those easements, correct?
Let me answer it based on my experience.
Sure.
And I am not an expert on, nor a lawyer on easements in Maryland. From my experience in Massachusetts, where I issued easements for preservation and land conservation and agricultural purposes as Secretary of Environmental Affairs. I was very familiar with the terms and conditions of those easements, and in some cases they do allow for certain important public service activities to be consistent with those easements.
And in other cases, they provide that things like commercial transmission of electricity not be a head on them, correct?
I am not familiar with any such prohibition from my experience.
Okay. And you haven't analyzed the Maryland agricultural land preservation easements subject to this proposed Route 9E of the IEC East project, have you?
Correct.
And you are familiar with the PJM process?
Yes.
Okay. And the PJM is not a siting body, correct?
I would not consider it a siting body.
And so it's really up to the contractor to come up with the proposed routes, correct? In this case, Transource.
Yeah, I was just a little troubled by the word contractor. So the, I suppose you're talking about the counterparty to the agreement with PJM. The proponent of the project would need to come up with the actual routing, would be my understanding.
And it's important for them to properly analyze all of the various state requirements, including easements, agricultural land preservation easements, in deciding where to place those routes.
Yes, my experience with siting of transmission routes from the point of view of working with developers who have done that, and from the point of view of reviewing such proposals and observing the Transource process itself, those applicants spend a lot of time on siting issues.
And as part of that process, if there is an error in their analysis, can that prove to be problematic with the routing?
I don't know how to answer that. An error in their analysis. What, could you clarify what you mean?
It's okay, we can move on. When a counterparty to the agreement with PJM proposes several alternative routes. Those routes, and in this case, I'm specifically talking about routes D, E, and F, they all meet the cost-benefit ratios and provide the necessary congestion relief for this project, 9A?
Based on my reliance on Mr. Hurling's testimony, yes.
And based on your experience, if a separate route is chosen from one of the alternative routes, that does not necessarily void or cause problems with the PGM contract, and in this case, Transource as the countersigner to that contract?
That would be a legal question that I don't think I can answer.
And you would agree that it's important for any type of energy project and the consideration of whether or not to approve that project should follow the applicable state laws, and in this case, Maryland laws.
So you described any energy project and whether it should. Some energy projects are subject to federal siting authority, some are subject to state. So it was rather broad.
Okay. Well, this project, you would agree that this project, and specifically the IAC East line, should follow all necessary and applicable Maryland laws, correct?
Yes, I do. I don't think I even have to be a lawyer to say that.
And the PJM RTEP process does not factor in socioeconomic effects of placing a project within a particular state, correct?
So I would like to answer that in two ways. One of them is my understanding of the portion of the process that describes the constructability of a project, that would take into account certain non-monetary impacts or implications of a project. So I would consider the ability or inability to actually be able to cite a project include a number of non-monetary issues. So on the one hand. On the other, I would agree that PJM's RTEP analysis does focus on the direct monetary economic costs and benefits, and that when I say that I'm describing the market efficiency process, certainly the reliability process, the reliability analyses would look at the non-monetary reliability issues associated with the project.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Does Office of People's Counsel have questions of the witness?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Tierney. My name is Gary L. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander, you too have not looked at the clock.
No.
It is afternoon.
Good afternoon. Gary L. Alexander as an Assistant People's Counsel for the Office of People's Counsel.
Nice to meet you.
Dr. Tierney, you've earned a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in your PhD, as I believe your thesis, it did involve the energy markets and environmental factors, correct?
Did you say did or did not?
Did.
It certainly involved an energy topic. I would not call it markets.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. But your bachelor's is
I can't wait for your question.
Is in art history, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you're not an electrical engineer, are you?
I am not.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on. if you would turn to page 9 of 43 of your exhibit SFT-R1.
Would you just tell me the page again?
Sure, page 9 of 43 of your exhibit SFT-R1.
I am there.
And in the middle of the page, you see that the was PJM, where it says PJM in the middle. Was that a client of yours?
Yes, PJM engaged me to examine alternatives for carrying out the market monitoring functions. There was not an external market monitoring unit at the time. There was an internal one, and they asked me to provide information about the ways in which different institutions with an external monitor structured those processes.
Did PJM pay you for that work?
They paid analysis.
Analysis, but it was your and other analysts there billing hours, right?
Yes.
You're an author of the report.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And if you go to page
And by the
11.
way, that was 2006 and 2007.
Yes,
Yep.
so it was about 12 years ago, right? Thank you. If you go to page 11 of 43 of that exhibit, where again it says PJM, you said that you provided advice to the appointed mediator as part of the alternative dispute resolution process in a dispute involving PJM and a market participant. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Just, thank you. And if you go...
And you said 2002?
No, but I will now, 2002.
Okay. Thank you.
And if you go to page 31 of 43 of your exhibit, among the articles or papers that you have written, and they are numerous, in January 3, 2005, you wrote Principles for Market Monitoring and Mitigation in PJM, a review of economic principles, legal and regulatory structures, and practices of other regions with recommendations. And the white paper was prepared for PJM interconnection on issued on January 3, 2005.
Yes.
Okay, and did PJM pay the analysis group for that white paper?
Yes.
Now, it says that you reviewed economic principles, legal and regulatory structures. So I want to make sure, because there might have been multi-authors of that. Did you author anything about the reviewing the legal and regulatory structures with recommendations?
I don't remember whether there were co-authors, number one. Number two, I would never in my life have offered a legal opinion about legal structures. I might have made comments about the institutional arrangements and the legal relationships between PJM as an independent entity relative to government entities.
And was that distinguishment noted in the paper?
I don't remember.
Okay, fine, thank you. I'd like you, if you would, to turn to your testimony. You only submitted rebuttal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you go to page 6, line 3, now I'm just going to focus on OPC witness Smith, so if I eliminate, in this case, for example, staff witness Austin, that doesn't mean it's not there, okay?
Understood.
And I'm not changing any of the other words. In their direct testimonies, OPC witness Smith questioned the recommendations of PJM's RTEP process and the project proposal that has emerged from it, in part because those intervener witnesses, which refers to Mr. Smith, argue that future demand-side resources, distributed energy, and renewable projects may render the project not needed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you cite there, this footnote, and as support you cite page 43, the PJM process is not designed to answer the question of whether a given project is in the best interest of Maryland ratepayers. Correct?
Yes.
Um,
Actually, I
Did I
think,
read that wrong? I'm sorry.
yes, I think that footnote is for a later citation.
Well, I'm just,
The footnote
Am I
where you said
confused?
best interests of Maryland ratepayers.
oh, I'm sorry.
Be footnote 12.
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Um, Let's go to, I may come back to that, but you're right, so I've got to think about rephrasing my question. Thank you. In 11, line 11, in response to OPC witness Smith's testimony that the PJM RTEP process does not adequately take into consideration the interest of Maryland, I observed that Maryland's CPCN process would benefit from relying on the PJM RTEP process analyses and results, and that the two processes need not be in conflict with each other. Is it your testimony that Mr. Smith has testified that the CPCN process is in conflict with PJM's RTEP process? Is that your testimony? Just yes or no, please. And let me just say this. If I say just yes or no, a responsive answer can also be yes and no, neither, or I don't know. So in this case, I'm just going to say in shorten that, just yes or no, please.
You can also explain your answer if needed.
I'm trying to remember the question at this point. So you asked me whether they are in, that Mr. Smith suggests they are in conflict. That's what I'm trying to remember, is that question.
Yeah, the question is, let me restate, instead of having the court reporter go back and read it back. Your testimony is that Maryland's CPCN process, I'm going to skip the next part. I'm going to go to the last part of the sentence first. The Maryland CPCN process and the PJM RTEP process need not be in conflict with each other. Is that correct?
That portion of the sentence, yes.
Okay. My question is, can you point to where in Mr. Smith's direct testimony he states that the two parties, the two processes are in conflict with each other?
No, I cannot do that, but I can say, as I quoted here, that he suggests that the PJM RTEP process should not be relied upon because it is not designed to answer the question of whether a given project is in the best interests of Maryland. So he doesn't say the words need not be in conflict with each other, but he does say it isn't designed to do what the commission needs.
Well, if you go to your footnote on 12, the quote is from Mr. Smith, the PJM process does not fully consider the potential that market forces are meeting the identified needs separately from the proposed transmission project. Does he say there or anywhere else that in the Maryland Commission in this proceeding should not, at least in part, rely on the PJM RTEP process? For example, in terms of congestion relief, that congestion relief is forecasted to occur. if and when this project goes into service.
I really hate to take the time of the commission in looking this up, but my recollection is very strongly that he encourages the commission to not regard the recommendations of the RTEP process for market efficiency projects, including Transource.
So your testimony, and maybe I know the commission doesn't want to take long, but I'm going on your footnote in support. That's all you, this footnote number 12 and number 13 is all that you have noted. They're both on page 43. And he says that the PJM process does not fully consider the potential that market forces are meeting the identified needs separately from the proposed transmission project. You disagree. It's your testimony that it does fully consider the potential that market forces are meeting the identified need separately from the proposed transmission project. Is that correct?
Mr. Alexander, I hope you will forgive me, but that question had so many parts. Could you break it down for me, please?
Well, Your Honor, I'll retract that question and just go on to another one. Is that okay?
That's okay.
If we go to page 13, not page, I'm sorry, same, the footnote 13, you quote him in support of one of your statements that the PJM process is not designed to answer the question of whether a given project is in the best interests of Maryland ratepayers. Isn't it true that these benefits are distributed by zone?
My footnote is different than your question, so what would you like me to answer, and what benefits should I talk about if you want me to answer your question?
No, I'm sorry, I'll do it again. The quote you use is the PJM process is not designed to answer the question of whether a given project is in the best interests of Maryland ratepayers. And so, let me just ask you this. Is it your position that the PJM process is designed to answer the question of whether a given project is in the best interest of Maryland ratepayers? And although the chairman has said you can ask an answer, I'm just looking for a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, just beg you for 1 second, please. You cite, I believe, more than once, at least 2 times, to Smith direct testimony, page 43, correct?
I don't remember.
You want, would you
Certainly
like-
on footnote 13, yes, and I don't remember.
Okay.
Didn't memorize.
well, let's stick with that then. Could you turn to page, do you have Mr. Smith's?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Just give me 1 sec. Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so is there, I'm going to look, for example, at the Q&A beginning at line 6. Is the PJM process sufficient for determining public convenience and necessity in Maryland? And I believe this is one of your citations. The PJM process is not designed to answer the question of whether a given project is in the best interest of Maryland ratepayers. And I believe you just said you disagree with that. Correct?
You didn't ask me that full question and answer a minute ago when I answered your question. For example, the question of does the PJM process allow sufficient information for determining public convenience and necessity in Maryland, I would agree with the answer is no. That's not what you asked me previously.
Okay.
I do believe that a lot more information needs to come before the commission.
Okay, thank you. Going on now to 12. Mr. Smith says that the PJM process...
Well, what?
On the same page, page 43.
Line 12?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The PJM process does not calculate an impact to all Maryland ratepayers, as that it is not what it is designed to do. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree with that statement.
Okay, thank you. The C where it says second, on line 13, the PJM process is not designed to consider alternatives that the Maryland statute may require for issuance of a CPCN. Do you disagree with that?
I think that's a legal question. I don't think I can answer it. I don't think Mr. Smith can answer it.
So are you saying, before your testimony, since you've talked about the CPN, you've talked about the CPCN process in Maryland in your testimony. It's discussed, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take, I assume you have reviewed the two Maryland statute at issue for this case in the issuance of a CPCN, which is 7-207 and 7-209.
Yes.
Okay. So is it... Seven -209 states that the Commission shall examine alternatives to the construction of a new transmission line in a service area, including the use of an existing transmission line of another company, if two things, if either or are met. The first one is the existing transmission line is convenient to the service area, and the second one is the use of the transmission line will best promote economic and efficient service to the public. And you're saying that to apply this, you would need a legal opinion.
No. A legal opinion about whether or not the PJM process is designed to consider the Maryland statute, that's different than whether as one of 5 commissioners, not all of whom are lawyers, they may want to get a legal opinion about how to execute on Section 7209. Based on my experience in executing statutes for 15 years in the state and federal government, this is not entirely clear how this is applied. And by this, I mean Section 7209. And so the PJM process may or may not be designed to consider alternatives. There were a lot of alternatives considered in the PJM process. And I think the Commission will have to decide whether or not that satisfies Section 7209. For the purpose of looking at needs and alternatives.
I just have maybe only one question. So, if I heard correctly, you're saying that this statute is ambiguous, sufficiently so that the commission might need from its general counsel, a legal opinion of how to apply it in this case.
I am not
hear that
going to
right?
advise the commission on whether or not they should be getting advice from their general counsel on this point.
But isn't that what you said, that they may want to go to and get legal advice on this? Didn't you just say that? Did I miss?
I feel like it was putting a few words in my mouth. If I were a commissioner,
Mm-hmm.
I would welcome legal advice. I don't have any idea whether or not this commission needs it from a general counsel.
Okay. So, if we could go back to page 43.
Of Mr. Smith's testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
And on line 15, he states that the PJM process does not fully consider the potential that market forces are meeting the identified needs separately from the from a proposed transmission project. Now, before I ask the next question, I need to have a basis. So, do you understand this sentence?
With one caveat, yes.
Okay, and the caveat is?
I don't know what he means by fully. Does that mean 100%? Does that mean take it into consideration? And so forth.
I think, let's do first, you can take it as 100%.
I don't know, and here's why I say I don't know. PJM is quite familiar and experienced and analytic in understanding what is going on in the geographic footprint of the PJM market. PJM, in its RTEP process, looks at a number of dimensions of what I'll call market forces, which include customer demand, which include the addition or retirement of generation units, the state plans with regard to a number of developments that could occur in the future. That's pretty consistent with the concept of fully in conventional electric system planning from my 30 years of experience. And don't laugh about, it's probably like maybe 60 years if you look at my gray hair, but that was a joke. So for many, many years, those are the factors that one would look at for determining whether the market is coming forward with a response. Whether that is 100% certainty about things that are unknown and not knowable in the future, I don't know whether I could agree that it does not fully consider market forces. Does a pretty good job.
Does market forces, in your view, you mentioned retirement of generation. Does the market forces that we're talking about, in your view of what that means in this sentence, does that include also the addition of generation?
Yes, I think I said that, and yes, of course I do.
Okay, and you mentioned demand. Would market forces also include things like Empower Maryland in the state?
Yes, but I would call that a policy-induced market demand. Empower Maryland is a state-operated program that helps to overcome market forces that otherwise inhibit customers from adopting cost-effective energy efficiency measures.
Well, thank you. Isn't the PJM capacity market not really a market, but rather it's an administrative construct that was designed by parties and approved by the FERC?
I would say that what you just characterized as an administrative market
No, I'm sorry, that wasn't my word.
Okay,
If
I want to go with your word.
Okay, my word is that it's an administrative construct, not a free market like something like GM and Honda and Toyota are in with cars.
Yes, and the same is true for the PJM energy market. Yes, and the same is true with regard to the ancillary service market, as in every single market in the electric industry in the United States.
That's right, they're all administrative constructs.
And
correct?
within that, there are market forces in which people make private decisions on both the demand and the supply of electricity that are in response to those administrative constructs.
And don't those decisions have to follow the rules of the administrative constructs such as the capacity market or the energy market?
Yes,
Okay.
unless they're somehow not caught by the market monitor. But yes, there is a framework of rules in which the market operates,
And that's the reason they have a market monitor. Isn't that correct?
among other things, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then he gets to the sentence in the last one, and this is my final little number of questions.
On Mr. Smith's,
Yes, on page 43 still.
thank you.
The PJM process does not consider or quantify the risk to Maryland ratepayers of approving a project with certain costs and uncertain benefits. Do you agree that the costs are certain in this project? Mr. Ali says they are.
Objection to the characterization.
Yeah,
Yes, sustained.
Okay. Do you agree that the costs are certain for this?
I am not the person to ask about whether the costs are certain in this project.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree that the benefits are uncertain?
Yes, and
I'm sorry, I said agree or disagree. I'll just say.
okay,
wait, do you
agree
You-
and agree and
Yes.
they have been analyzed many times, and it is highly probable, based on those multiple analyses, that the benefits are positive.
So if I can just rephrase what I think is your answer is that the benefits are uncertain, but that you believe that they are probable, the benefits are probable in this instance.
I think I said highly likely.
I'm sorry. So just to try to put it all together again, very simply, you agree that the benefits are uncertain, but that it is highly likely that they will be realized as PJM has forecasted.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
And I will explain why I say that.
Mhm.
We are here, and the Commission will be considering a matter in which it will have to base a decision on information about some things that are known and some things that are possible, likely, could happen. The future is never knowable. Never knowable, whether it's in the PJM forecasting models, whether we get to get up tomorrow at 7 a.m. So it's with that qualification that I say it is, if I were making a decision based on the depth of analysis that has been provided with regard to the benefits of this project, I would conclude that they will be positive for the purpose of public policy decision-making here. And I'm talking there not just about the monetary benefits that PJM has described, but also a number of other non-monetary benefits.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to page 6 briefly of your rebuttal.
Okay.
And if you look to Line 11, in response to OPC witness Smith's testimony that the PJM RTEP process does not adequately take into consideration the interest of Maryland, I observed that Maryland's CPCN process would benefit from relying on the PJM RTEP process analyses and results. We've discussed the conflict part. So can I skip that last part since we've already done that?
Yes, but do you want me to agree that that's what it says?
Yes, that's all right now. Did I read it correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So now, what I'd like you to do is that part of the sentence that I observed and going up to results on line 13. Do you mean that the Maryland CPCN process would benefit from, and I'm going to ask you if either of these choice of words would fit this sentence in your view, that that Maryland CPCN process would benefit from solely relying on the PJM RTEM process analyses and results, or I observed that Maryland CPCN process would benefit from at least partially relying on the PJM RTEP process analyses and results. Were either of those accurately summarize your position?
Well, I certainly would not be in a position to say that the Commission should solely rely on PJM's process and issue a CPCN. That would, in my opinion, be an insufficient execution of their responsibilities. Certainly, I would say that I am encouraging the Commission to find that the process that has led to a lot of information about the need for this project that has come from the PJM RTEP process is something that they can rely upon as a credible source of information.
No, that's it. That's a responsive answer. Thank you. So now I'm going to take you in my last part here to page 20 of your rebuttal testimony. And there's two sentences starting at line 16. I'll leave everybody a second to get to page 20. In the end, I note in their direct testimonies, Staff Witness Austin and OPC Witness Smith do not dispute that the analyses presented by PJM imply positive net benefits to Maryland. And do you still support that statement?
I don't have a reason not to.
Yeah, I'm just doing it. Now, to just make it fair play, you have one more sentence in that, is that both of these witnesses, but including OPC Witness Smith, downplay PJM's estimates and suggest that although Maryland's net benefits are positive, they are smaller than desirable. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. When you say downplay PJM's estimates, if I change downplay to doubt the accuracy of PJM's estimates, would that also fit this part of the sentence?
I don't.
Instead of downplay?
I don't think that that's the same meaning as downplay.
Okay, so why don't you, if you would, give me your meaning in this case, in this sentence of the meaning of downplay.
Witness Austin, for example, originally computed a number that amounted to $1 per Maryland consumer that would represent the positive economic savings in customers' electricity bills. I didn't find that a very compelling calculation. It started with a number that was about $75 million in net present value to Maryland. As a former commissioner and as someone who has watched this commission make decisions with regard to millions of dollars, and knowing that there is a rate case filing right now before the commission that is requesting about $75 million. It is not a small matter to think about those dollars and their value to the state. So by converting something that started with 75 million in MPV savings and then spreading that across every person in the state to come up with $1, which is now I think $2 in a revised calculation, I thought that was meant to minimize and downplay the value of those economic savings. It's real money in customers' pockets that they are experiencing right now. And that's why I use the word downplay.
Are you talking about transmission cost when you say? I'm sorry, I got a little lost. Are you talking about the cost of transmission to Maryland ratepayers?
No, I'm talking about the cost of congestion, which flows through in their commodity supply rates. That's the rates that are, the prices that are charged by competitive suppliers to retail consumers, households, businesses, industrial customers. And those dollars flow through in the standard offer service charges to residential customers in the state. So
And
those are real dollars. They're not transmission cost dollars.
I'm not sure that I don't understand the distinction. The transmission costs go through the formula rate of the transmission company, correct? At FERC.
Yes.
Okay. And then those costs are passed on to the individual local utilities, correct?
As a very general proposition.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a very general. I don't
That's
want-
all we're talking about, Ron, is very general.
And then the utilities charge ratepayers.
And that's not what I was talking about.
Okay, so then that's what I'm saying. I'm losing it, so can you re-explain it?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that's a fair question. It's been asked and answered.
Counsel, what would you like the witness to re-explain? Or would you like to put a new question to the witness?
I'm giving myself 15 or 20 seconds, and if I can't come up with a different question, I'll just move on. That's okay with you. Well, let me just ask this then. The next paragraph, you state that they suggest a threshold for Maryland-specific benefit cost ratios that would render a great deal of otherwise beneficial infrastructure development incapable of moving forward. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then, just want to make sure I got this right. In the rest of that paragraph and in the cites is only refers to staff witness Austin, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So for Mr. OPC witness Smith, who I'm focusing on, what does he suggest is the threshold for Maryland-specific benefit costs that would render a great deal of otherwise beneficial infrastructure development incapable of moving forward?
Sitting here today, I don't remember, but I'm very happy to change they to he, so that would read, in effect, he suggests, or Mr. Austin suggests.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I think I'm just taking a second to make sure I've checked off my list, Your Honor, but I think that's going to be it. And you know what? Even if I miss something, that's it. Let's move it on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dean.
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gunderson, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Do commissioners have any questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So you are a commissioner, and you kind of know the challenges we're faced with. One of the frustrations for this commissioner is that on these CPCM projects, we don't always get the full, robust prudency reviews and cost evaluations, and like we do in a rate case or other things that we can kind of control. So it's a little frustrating because on one hand, we're charged with determining whether or not this project is in the public interest. But on the other hand, it's a little murky when it comes to whether or not it's cost effective and efficient. I'm sure you can appreciate that as a former commissioner.
Yes.
And you seem to be telling us that we should have some confidence in the RTEP process, right? Is that fair?
Yes, and I was in the room earlier when I've heard the other witnesses cross-examined on these questions.
Yeah. So within the last 10 or 15 years, we have some bad experience. Cost our ratepayers $200 million for 2 projects that the RTEP recommended to us. $200 million. Why should I have such great faith and confidence? Because they didn't get anything for that $200 million. They just had to pay. Why should I have great faith and confidence as a former commissioner that RTEP process is as great as you say it is?
It's a great question. So, a couple of minutes ago, I described the fact that we never know with certainty what's going to happen, and policymakers have to make decisions based on the best information. And I can personally think of a number of cases where people thought, commissioners on a bench, based on information that was provided to them in the hearing room, made decisions about something where they thought the benefits would be X. And sometimes they were lower than that as the world played out over time. Sometimes they were wildly understating the benefits. But nonetheless, people had to make decisions. One of the things that I have observed about the PJM RTEP process is that they have been trying to learn from experience. And I actually think it's a good thing that, based on what I know, a decision was made to stop a project, those prior transmission projects, before they were going forward, based on the information that was available then. We do have examples where utility executives have done that in a number of different places. This is not a utility executive. I'm not saying that that's a direct analogy. Commissions have made decisions in time where information has changed. What distinguishes this now for me is that there has been a continued reexamination of this project, and it continues to move in the direction, even though there is some variation over time, toward indicating that Maryland consumers will save dollars in their supply pockets if there is investment in this transmission line. I've thought a lot about the changes that are underway in the industry, and I think many of them would work in a way that would reduce demand in Maryland, like energy efficiency. Bigger energy efficiency here would reduce demand. But when I think about what Maryland is trying to do, and that I think is wonderful with regard to transforming its electric system, it is going to require, in my opinion, based on observing these transitions around the country and listening to the experts on what are the power flows in this region, I believe that in order for Maryland to get access to the renewable zero carbon energy that it seeks to have for a transformed electric system, it's going to need a bigger grid.
Fair enough, but isn't it also true that can be the solutions to that general kind of future need can take many forms?
Yes.
And it doesn't have to be this specific project. And so wouldn't it be more appropriate for you as a former commissioner maybe to tell us, be a little bit skeptical, it's okay? Because somebody needs to be skeptical in this process. That's my job.
It is your job, and I think you're doing a good job of it right now.
So, okay, I wanted to establish that. Somebody needs to say, hey, we're not, on behalf of the citizens of Maryland, we're not getting the full picture with regard to costs. We're not getting the full review. But on your behalf, we're going to make sure that we don't have another path, or we don't have another map, and we don't waste another $200 million as we blindly dance down this alley.
Well, I think I meant that sincerely. I believe that the questions that have come from the bench here are among, this is not meant to be brown-nosing, and I really do mean that. They have been amongst the best that I have heard commissioners raise in countless types of proceedings. You guys are doing your job in playing a reasonable skeptic and asking hard questions and getting answers. I don't think that tells you turn it down. I don't think that tells you approve it, but it does help this record put before the commission a very robust set of information. And without trying to beat a dead horse, I think you have a lot to kick the tires of. Is that the right way to say that analogy? In terms of information about what others have done that brought us here to today about this process. And I think it provides a lot of helpful information for your skepticism.
All right, let me take go down another path if I can, Mr. Chairman. We got a few minutes. I want you to put your hat on as a Secretary of the Department of the Environmental Protection in the state of Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
Our joint state agencies are telling us, take another look at this. This isn't the answer. Fair enough. But we have to give great weight to that. Not just, you say give great weight to the RTEP process, but former cabinet secretary of Massachusetts in charge of the environment, or environmental protection, we have to give pretty good weight to that. We wouldn't want to build a highway if we already had a highway, just because we could, right? We want to make sure that we have no build options and do other things. And we have the potential here, maybe it's suggested by the state and some of the other opposition, to not have a form of conspicuous consumption across our landscape, but that we put it where it already exists. What say you to that, with your hat on as a former Secretary of the Environment?
Well, I agree with you. I would put great weight on my colleagues who do public service and try to execute on their statutory responsibilities. I would put great weight on that. As I have suggested that you put great weight on a process that's also relies on a different set of statutory procedures and different types of expertise. What I would tell you is honestly that a couple of things. Some general, some quite narrow. The general ones are that if I were in a cabinet office, and this is not a cabinet discussion, I know that you guys are making this based on an evidentiary record, but in a cabinet discussion, at times we ended up putting on our mission-oriented hats and looking at things from those points of view, and they are appropriately doing that here. The second general principle is that in the fabric of economies that depend upon natural resources in different populations, that some people give and take on roads, we depend upon farmers to provide us with food, they depend upon a grid to provide electricity. It's an exchange. So with regard to the specifics here, what we have is a situation where a lot of people in Maryland will stand to benefit in their pocketbooks. And a tiny portion that's very important to some people in the state will be affected by that. In the scheme of things, it's actually it's a classic government problem where distributed benefits, very concentrated costs. And there's no way around. This is a tough decision.
Just one last thing. You talk a lot about other benefits, jobs, and economic development, and many other things. Aren't there other costs too that if you're going to take those
Yeah.
into account, you got to take the potential costs, societal costs into account as well? Do we take ag land that's preserved now out of preservation and make it available to build houses on? What are the attendant costs to that? We would have to take all of that into account to be fair, right?
Oh, yes, and I really do think that there's a very long ledger of non-monetized benefits. I mean, you're not going to run your fossil plants as much in Maryland.
Or costs.
And costs, absolutely, and cost in ag, in wetlands, and a variety of other things, yes.
And, the cost of the
aesthetics.
The aesthetics.
Right.
Absolutely, very
Right,
important
and,
stuff.
and I know that's part of your job.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate
I'm sorry
it.
to go on.
No, me too. Thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Dr. Tierney.
Good afternoon.
I had a question about your testimony on page 22. We've had different witnesses, some of which we haven't heard from yet, but throughout this proceeding that have suggested that the state's policies regarding demand-side management and overall management of new generation is not fully considered in the PJM RTEP process. In your testimony, you are fairly straightforward in saying that it is considered. So, since you are not necessarily an employee of PJM, but a person who's on the outside as a consultant, could you tell me a little about, from your observations, how you see PJM use that information, use the policies of our state, or maybe perhaps of other states, but how you've seen them use that information to inform the RTEP process that they've been using?
Sure. I think the best example is to talk about three things. One of them is the demand forecast that PJM uses in the RTEP process. Gathers information from, effectively from the local distribution companies about what's happening with regard to energy efficiency activities and other things. PJM does include those in addition to their, what I'll call their economic forecast of customer demand, so that there is some taking into account the programs that happen in a state with regard to energy efficiency. A second way that it happens is that when PJM is looking at the likely generation additions, they would be looking at, in addition to things that are in the generation queue, which may be natural gas or renewables, but they're also taking into account the extent to which a state has renewable portfolio requirements as part of what retail sellers have to include in what they're providing to electricity customers. And then I also observed that over the course of the couple of years that PJM has been looking at this particular proposal, they have run it through the mill with regard to what's happening with regard to demand. So there is a low estimate on a sensitivity case of if you had this proposal and you had really low demand beyond what is built into the main forecast from programs. So, for example, anticipating the new extension of Empower Maryland, that could be that would be anticipated in the low forecast sensitivity case that PJM ran for the 9A projects. So in a number of different ways, apart from just saying we're going to have offshore wind and it's showing up in a queue, and so that's going to be taken into account, there are these other ways in which the process is mindful of what's going on. You could also look at photovoltaic rooftop solar coming in, and that would be anticipated as part of a reduction in demand if it were showing up on the customer side of the meter.
Okay, so is this the data that PJM is relying on? Are they collecting it directly from the utility companies? Is it coming from reports that our technical staff produces? I mean, how are they gathering that information? And then is it updated regularly? Are they looking at data from 4 years ago, for example?
My experience and what I heard here is consistent with my experience, which is that there's a full-time staff at PJM that looks at the demand forecast. They are running it through econometric models as well as collecting data from the world, including from agencies, to find out where they may be off or on with regard to what's going on.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Tierney, for being here. And I just wanted to also just recognize your distinguished career in state and federal government and all your public service. So thank you.
Those were lucky jobs.
Yeah, very interesting jobs. I just, in looking at your testimony, of course, you point out the importance of PJM to Maryland, and it's true. We've benefited greatly from cost savings, and in fact, our energy is even cheaper, even cleaner than it was a decade ago because of the types of resources that have been imported. But I don't think you're suggesting at all, are you, that the state cedes its authority or its right to select its resources or set its environmental state policies at all?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I think that is a beauty of state government, that you get to craft your own destiny as much as you can before the Supreme Court stops you.
Right. And then I really enjoyed your testimony too, and a lot of good information, very thought provoking. On page 8, I just grab a little section here, starting on line 3. You talk about the electric systems. I'm just going to read it. Electric systems tend to change over time as the portfolio of generating resources and the character of demand changes, and such change showing up in the system economics, supply, and end-use technologies, environmental impacts, business models, locational pattern flows on the system. In some ways, that has never been more than today. Sorry, my eyes are going blurry here. Okay, and it would greatly surprise me if the proposed project under consideration in the proceedings does not end up supporting such continued electric system transitions in the future. I just wanted to ask you, since you've been very forward-thinking in your policy positions you've held in the federal levels and also what you've done in Massachusetts, do you think, though, we are designing the system, based, we're looking at this 2016 report, for really our region today, and a lot of the things that are happening, not just in Maryland, but Pennsylvania, Virginia, just throughout this area, and also just changing attitudes, really, even at the federal level, about our environmental policies. And we've been talking about the offshore wind. Specifically, if we were looking at those offshore wind potential along the Atlantic, not just off Maryland, would we be designing the system today for that project, for those projects? Is what we're talking about today, would that facilitate those specific resources off the Pacific? Or should we be really thinking about the resources we want today as we talk about transmission planning?
It's a great question. As you know, the industry is going through a phase in which there is tremendous research and modeling that has been performed here, as well as in other parts of the country, that on the one hand say, if a state wants to get access to a diverse, clean resource base, transmission helps you do that. And it does it in a number of ways. We know that wind and solar are variable supplies. And a bigger region allows you to have diversity in your wind generation across a large geographic footprint, including the ocean. It allows you to have variation in the time that the sun is setting at different points along as the sun moves, the sun is setting at different times, which helps to balance the customer load and the operation of the grid as solar panels are dropping off. You have, again, a larger region in which the system operator can balance things that it can control and dispatch and things that are going off and on. So a very compelling story in general across the country is that there is as one is expecting to rely more on big renewables and solar, that you want to have a more diverse system that is interconnected with each other. From everything I see about this project and the character of the flows into Maryland and the desire of not only Maryland to connect offshore wind, but New Jersey to do that as well, those come in from the top of Maryland and down into the rest of Maryland. And this resource would open up greater supply. So let me use that example of if there's more solar in Pennsylvania and there's more wind in New Jersey, as is indicated in the interconnection queue at PJM, and as we know from their state policies, then there's cheaper resources there that without this interconnection will be bottled up and not accessible to Maryland. I'm making a general principle, of course. Based on what I know about what Mr. Hurling said and Mr. Horger said about the nature of the grid, where you would interconnect a offshore wind facility into Delmarva, you have to move that around the same interface that we're talking about here, or it'll be bottled up, or you actually have to reinforce the system across Chesapeake Bay or some other thing to move that huge, very abundant resource into where people live. So something's going to have to be added, but this doesn't hurt that from what I can see. Energy efficiency will help reduce congestion, all else equal. So I think, on the one hand, I think that that's all really consistent with having this line, a real line proposal today, these two segments of the project, help with that much earlier. If we're talking about offshore wind, we're talking about several years from now, maybe 10 years from now. This would go into effect in a year, and customers would be saving money and enabling. I don't think it is inconsistent with any of those other policy objectives, and that was really too long, so I apologize.
Okay, so even if this, and I apologize if this is a bad characterization of it, but that all these attributes are an afterthought, the ability to facilitate all these resources, that's good all by itself, rather than taking an approach where why don't we deliberately, look at the opportunities and our changing resources and grid, and maybe be very deliberative in how we go about designing the system and choose projects on that basis. Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you were saying. I guess I would say that the opportunity lost of doing that will be that customers in several parts of Maryland are going to be paying more while you're doing that, and they'll be paying more in terms of congestion. So it's a trade-off of hoping and really trying to do a good job of doing this in a measured way versus relieving something that will flow through to a positive benefit for consumers, and that I believe will be operating as rowing with you in terms of helping support the access to clean resources that you'd like to see in the future.
Okay, and you don't believe it will inhibit in any way. I was talking a little bit yesterday, asked a question about, we kind of need those price signals to send to hopefully facilitate and to advance some of these renewable energy resources and also energy efficiency. So you don't believe we'd be inhibiting that at all if we, again, act maybe a little too precipitously and not consider a more deliberative approach?
It's a good question. I don't think so. The offshore wind resource would not be responding to price signals alone. So if one is expecting to see, and I say that because at the moment it's above market costs, and it will be important because many values are not monetized associated with offshore wind. So I don't think we've seen renewables coming forth in a plentiful way in Maryland with the kinds of price signals they've been seeing, developers could be seeing in today's congested prices. So I don't think it works against you. I think it will help in the bigger picture to approve this facility, even taking into account the very challenging part that there are some parts of the state that seriously do not want this project.
All right, great. Thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I just wanted to understand and make sure I understood your testimony. When you were talking with Mr. Alexander, did you agree with him that the PJM process is designed to determine if the project is in the best interest of Maryland ratepayers?
I don't remember. What I meant, can I say what I...
Briefly. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
okay,
get-
what I meant was...
This is an important point to me, and I'm just trying to understand what your testimony is.
Because Maryland, what my testimony is because Maryland ratepayers depend upon a commodity market and a capacity market that is enabled by efficient performance in PJM, then yes, I do think it is the PJM RTEP process is designed to assist, Maryland ratepayers.
Oh, it's designed to assist them, but not to determine if it's in their best interest.
It is certainly not sufficient to determine that it's in the best interest.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So, in your testimony on page 20, you suggest that if we were to rely on staff witness Austin and Smith's cost-benefit analysis that's limited only to Maryland, that would send a message to other states that, hey, Maryland's not playing ball, really. I think that's your testimony. If the commission were to deny the application on legal ground, for example, the application were insufficient or something like that, would that send that message?
No.
Okay. And if the commission were to look at the impact on Maryland and hypothetically decide not to approve the project, but not rely only on the impact of Maryland, would that send that message to other states?
Let me make sure I heard your question right.
Sorry.
I expect you to look at the impact on Maryland, if
Right,
that was the first
if
part of the
commission-
question.
So if the commission looked at the impact on Maryland, but that wasn't the only reason why it turned the project down, would that send that signal to other states?
I am struggling with your question. If the impact in Maryland is positive and it's negative elsewhere, that wasn't like it's a four-part box?
No, I'm just saying that if the commission turned the project down, and part of its discussion in doing so were that it didn't think there were sufficient benefits to Maryland. That were part of its decision, but not its only reason for its decision.
That's your job, is to
Right.
have that be a possibility.
So that's
I don't think
that
that's it.
sends that same signal.
I apologize.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do parties have any questions based on the witness's response to the commissioner's questions? No for Transource.
I do, yes, sir.
Ms. McElmore.
With regard to some questions you were responding to from Commissioner O'Donnell, you talked about the uncertainty of information. I believe you were talking about the benefit cost of 9A. Is that correct? You were talking about the uncertainty. I'm sorry, I was trying to...
I thought we were talking about a more general principle.
Okay, could you, in your words, what was it? I don't want to misstate it. That's why I'm asking.
I think we talked about the fact that there are some monetized costs, some monetized benefits, and there are monetized, social benefits and costs that are also relevant to the Commission's decision.
Right, and I believe you were saying that some of those were uncertain, correct? Uncertainty of information because they're in the future and you don't know them yet, correct?
Yes.
And this would go into the benefit when PJM looked at the project to determine the benefits that would provide Maryland ratepayers, correct?
I thought that was with Mr. Armstrong, not with Mr. O'Donnell.
It was Commissioner O'Donnell.
Okay.
But
Sorry I didn't say Commissioner. Okay.
I believe at the end of that part of your discussion, you state that the Maryland will save dollars in their supply pockets. That's what you were getting to,
Okay.
correct? Isn't it fair to say that siting a greenfield will have actual impacts to the area that it is sited on?
Yes.
And as a former commissioner, if those impacts are shown to, if during the evidentiary hearing or during the process of the CPC, and if those impacts are reasonably shown to actually going to occur, that they will occur, would you not give significant weight to these impacts in considering in weighing the impacts and negative impacts against these benefits that are based on these some uncertain items that go into your decision on what is the benefits?
There's a lot of subjective things going on here. I expect the commission to take extreme care in thinking about the people who are impacted with the actual physical line if this line were to be approved.
And so, in the event that there was another alternative that uses existing infrastructure that could actually avoid these impacts, and while they may not have the exact benefit, they might be slightly less than the benefit provided by the proposed project, would you not seriously consider looking at that alternative as well?
I would, and I am hearing that the commission is.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Alexander.
In regard to your discussion with Commissioner Rickard about, whether the Transource line would be an asset in terms of encouraging the development of offshore wind or solar. That was the general tenor of what I understood you said. Did I say that wrong?
I may have said encouraged, but I would say it would be supportive of.
Yeah, okay. So my question is, isn't there a paradox that if the Transource line pays off and there are hundreds of millions of dollars in reduced costs to ratepayers for that, isn't that a disincentive for these alternative generation because they're not yet as efficient as, say, a gas-powered turbine, double turbine engineering plant, that in other words they won't be able to cut it, just as, for example, because of the natural gas decline, the nuclear generation, which used to bid into zero in the power and capacity markets, but particularly the capacity markets, are closing because fracking has unleashed so much natural gas that it's undercut even the cost of the nuclear plants to run. So that's my question. Isn't there a paradox there that this actual decreasing of cost, assuming the Transource line goes into effect, that it could be a disincentive to these other alternative generation?
Did you say objection? Did you whisper objection?
Started an objection in the middle of that very long, meandering question. I'm just not sure if there is one question or multiple questions.
No, that was a compound question, and compound questions are not permissible. Mr. Alexander, with regard to which commissioner's questioning was your question based?
Say it again on Commissioner Rickard. He was asking about whether this, the Transource line, would basically encourage, or that's my words, encourage or discourage the building of solar and wind particularly, I think was mentioned. Plants.
Okay. Dr. Tierney, can you answer that question? It is 17 lines long on my court reporter's transcript, or would you like it rephrased?
Do you want me, are you asking me about the 17-line question or this very last question?
The last one.
The last question. As I said to Commissioner Richard, I believe all else equal, this line will help to enable Maryland to accomplish its renewable and clean energy goals for the future. It is the case that the line is designed to provide more efficient pricing. Even inefficient pricing hasn't induced the entry, just from market forces alone, of a lot of wind without other policy assistance in Maryland. So there's a little bit of paradox in a world in which we're seeing natural gas prices have very low electricity prices, and that makes it harder to accomplish what we want. But that is what it is. But I believe this one will help.
That's a direct answer to my question, Your Honor. I have no follow-ups. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Seeing no other questions, the witness is excused. Thank you. We're going to take a short break, but let me ask if witness Schaefer and Stein are available.
Mr. Schaefer is here, yes.
We'll come back at 3:15 and have Mr. Schaefer on the stand.
Thank you.
We are back on the record. Counsel for Transource, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Transource will call Thomas R. Schaefer to the stand.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now telling you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Will you please state your full name for the record?
It's actually Thomas O. Schaefer.
Yes.
Schaefer is spelled Schaeffer.
And what is your business address?
Business address is 8500 Smith's Mill Road, New Albany, Ohio, 43054.
And what is your title? And who's your employer?
Sure. My title is the Transmission Right-of-Way Senior Manager, and I work for American Electric Service Corps.
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
Transource, Maryland.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Thomas Schaefer, filed on December 27, 2017, consisting of 7 pages and 0 exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark Mr. Schaefer's direct testimony as Applicant's Exhibit 16.
So marked.
And do you also have before you a document entitled The Supplemental Direct Testimony of Thomas Schaefer, filed on June 29, 2018, consisting of 4 pages and 0 exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to mark Mr. Schaefer's supplemental direct testimony as Applicant's Exhibit 17.
So marked.
And you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Thomas Schaefer, dated May 8, 2019, consisting of 5 pages and 0 exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to mark Mr. Schaefer's rebuttal testimony as Applicant's Exhibit 18.
So marked.
Mr. Schaefer, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir, they were.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimonies?
No, sir, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
And are the testimonies that you've provided true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, sir, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I will respectfully move for the admission of Applicants' Exhibits 16, 17, and 18.
Seeing no objection, applicants' Exhibits 16, 17, and 18 are accepted into evidence.
Thank you. I have no rejoinder for Mr. Schaefer, so he is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Does PPRP have no cross?
We've changed our, if it's okay with you, I'd like to let him go first.
Are you still crossing?
I have one question, 1 to 2 questions.
Okay, all right. I saw you gave up your seat at the table, so I was curious. Mr. Stevens, please proceed on behalf of the 2 families you represent.
And just for clarification, just for this witness, will we switch? We'll go back to the normal with the remaining witnesses. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good, thank you. How are you?
Do you own or operate a farm?
No, sir, I have not.
And your testimony seems to indicate that normal farming operations will not be impacted, correct?
Could you specify a specific location you're referencing in my testimony?
Well, let's see here. Be in rebuttal testimony,
Okay.
beginning on page 3.
I'm there.
Page 2, actually.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's still a rebuttal, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
And specifically, you state on line 16, normal agricultural practice can continue under transmission lines. Correct?
Yeah, it starts on line 16, finishes on line 17.
And then on page 3 of your testimony, you indicate that there are some restrictions under the 130-foot wide easement area for safety concerns, correct?
Could you specifically
So
identify?
Page 3,
Correct.
yes, for safety of the public and the safety of our facilities, we require the landowners do not plant trees, construct buildings, etc.
Line 9 through line 10.
Yes.
Correct.
Is operating a brooder house a normal farming activity?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Is operating a brooder house a normal farming activity?
I'm sorry, could you clarify what you mean by brooder house?
Do you know what a brooder house is?
No, sir, that's why.
Okay.
Can you tell me what it may
That's where
be?
you raise chickens,
Okay,
okay? That's normal, you would agree that's a normal farming practice, correct?
sure, it is.
Okay. What about cow pens? Is that a
Oh,
normal
what-
farming practice? Pens.
Yeah, I would say so.
What about a she shed?
Could you define what a she said?
Shed my wife likes to have.
I'm not quite sure if that would be a farming activity or not.
Okay. Chicken coop, that's normal farming activity, right? Silos, normal farming activity.
Depending on the activity, depending on the specific nature of the activity, may be able to best specify your question.
Well, horse stables are normal farming activity, right? Having a horse stable and raising horses in a stable, that's normal farming activity, correct?
Yeah, I would say so if that's the purpose of raising the horses.
Milking parlors, operating a milking parlor, that's normal farming activity, correct?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. If you could define the parlor part of the milking parlor.
It's where you milk cows.
Okay. Is that in the open? Is that indoors? I'm not quite sure.
Well,
and
that would
familiar
be
with
under,
that maybe.
a parlor would suggest a structure.
Okay. Do you know the size of the structure or the height of the structure?
Depends on how many cows you have.
Okay. On average, is there a height limitation?
No.
Okay.
Operating an abattoir, is that a normal farming operation?
Could you clarify what you mean by abattoir?
That's a slaughterhouse.
Okay.
Okay. What about using inlet risers in your fields? Is that a normal farming operation?
Again, I'm sorry, you define what you mean by inlet riser.
Okay, we'll move on. What about a center pivot irrigation system? Is that a normal farming operation or activity?
They would be dependent on the usage of the irrigation pivot system.
What about weaning pens? Is that a normal farming activity?
Same answer.
Feeding banks?
Same answer.
Pig pens?
Same answer.
And when you say same answer, the answer is no. That is a normal farming operation.
No, I'm sorry. Relative to the usage, what they would be using it for in regards to the lifestyle for farming activities, I'm not sure in respect if it's recreation or if it's actually being used for farming purposes. So you asked me if the things that you described were farming activities,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So depending on the nature and why they're using them, in my opinion, would be best suited to know how they're using them to answer your question if they're using it for farming activities or recreation activities or other reasons.
Well, weaning baby calves, that's for farming activity, right?
I would agree with that.
Operating feeding bunks for cows, that's a farming activity, right?
I would agree.
Operating a slaughterhouse, that's a farming activity, correct?
I'm not quite sure in respect to that, if it's a farming activity or not.
Milking cows, that's a farming activity, correct?
I would agree with that.
And so having a place to milk cows would be prohibited in the easement area, correct?
That's not necessarily true. It depends on the size and the location of the facility in itself. We have allowed certain obstructions in our right-of-ways depending on the clearances. Mr. Herzog could talk a little bit more specific in respect to clearances and the design standards, but we have allowed those in the past.
You have never contacted, or any of your associates contacted Tony or Cynthia Tanner, correct?
It's a two-part question, I believe. In respect to me, I have not personally contacted them. You're correct. In respect to other agents on the project, all landowners have been contacted either through a letter of some fashion, or through visitations, or through phone calls or emails.
You have no idea what type of farming activities occur on the Tanner farm, do you?
Me personally, no, I do not, sir.
And none of your associates do, because they've never been there, right?
I can't speak for all the associates. I don't know if you have a specific associate, but all of our right-of-way agents have been out on the properties, have visited all the properties. So in the case of the IEC project on the eastern leg, which where the Tanners reside, there are two agents, as well as a supervisor and a manager, that have all been out on the properties or have visited the proposed line routes.
Commission's indulgence. You would agree that the pathway through the Tanner farm divides the farm into 3 different sections, correct?
You have a picture that can represent that, so I can understand?
Sure. Let's take you to the siting study, which is part of the original application.
Okay, I have the IEC East siting study, sir.
That is correct. And it's page 3 of the PPRP 01-04C East route.
I'm sorry, I grabbed the attachments to the siting study in the east.
That's probably what you want.
Is there a specific appendix?
Yes, page 3 of the PPRP 01-04C.
I'm sorry, I have Appendix A through Appendix D.
Council, does your map have a map number on it? Bottom right corner.
It says page 3. This is from the application, Exhibit KMH-2, page 3 of 7. That helps.
Council for Transource, who is Exhibit KMH?
It's Mr. Herzog.
Mr. Herzog, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, KMH2.
I'm sorry, sir, you said KMH dash
3.
3?
Two. KMH-2, page 3 of 7.
2, page 2, page 2.
Page 7?
Mm-hmm. 3 of 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry about that.
KMH2, 3 of 7.
And I am looking at Herzog Supplemental Direct, Exhibit KMH-2, 3 of 7.
May I approach the witness just to...
You may.
And because of your position, working on behalf of Transource and citing and negotiating with customers, you're familiar with these aerial maps?
I don't have any responsibility of the siting aspect, as you referenced. I am somewhat familiar of the aerial maps. Is that your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
And this map right here represents the IEC East route going through the Tanner Farm and making a direct right turn. 90-degree turn there. Correct?
So I see where you referenced the 90-degree turn. Structure 7-7.
Mm-hmm. And there's also an area where there's supposed to be an access road, correct?
Yeah, there are designated access roads per the bottom left-hand corner.
And you would agree that when they start constructing the project, they have the authority to move this line more than 500 feet, correct?
No, sir, that's not true. So the easement that we're acquiring is a 130-foot wide easement. So we would not be able to move, as you indicated, 500 feet.
So if your application, are you familiar with the application?
I don't know the application word from word, page from page, but I am somewhat familiar with it.
Okay. And so are you stating now on the record on behalf of Transource that they're not asking the ability to move that line approximately 500 feet if necessary?
So the application that we put together asked for a 500-foot study corridor. The easement and right-of-way negotiations are for a 130-foot wide easement. So we would not be able to move outside of that 130-foot easement.
That's once the easement or once the project has been built. But as this map says, it says preliminary subject to change, correct?
Yeah, that is a possibility. As we're negotiating those easements, a landowner could request a shift or a modification. The access road may be something that could be defined in a better location or has less impact with the property owner. So there could be shifts because of that reason alone.
There could be other reasons for the shifts too, correct? In terms of construction requirements or decisions made by Transource, correct?
In respect to the construction aspect of it and any shifts related to that, I'd have to direct that to Mr. Stein. I'm not aware of any.
But they're not going to know until they're on the ground constructing, correct?
No, that's not true. Part of the requirements is to identify those and work with the landowners, like I mentioned earlier, to try to find a least impactful location to be able to get back to a structure or back to the right-of-way.
Your testimony, rebuttal testimony, page 5, lines 9 through 12.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you give me 1 second to get there?
Sure.
You said my rebuttal, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, what page number?
5.
Okay, I'm on page 5. You did mention a line. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
9 through 12.
Okay, I'm on line 9 where it starts as of May 8th, 2019. Is that correct?
Correct. And
Okay.
there's no additional persons that have contracted since the date of this testimony with Transource?
If you mean that we have not acquired any additional easements or options, you are correct.
And when you say 17% on line 12 of those on the IEC East project route, how many actual individual landowners does that represent, that 17%?
That represents 2 landowners of a total of 12.
And where are those landowners located?
Could you be more specific, please? What do you mean where
Which
they're located?
farms, which plots, which lands?
I don't have a map. I didn't sponsor a map, so I can't point to a map in my testimony. However, I know we did outline a line list of impacted landowners. Those 12 would be identified in that list.
You don't remember which two
I'm sorry, which 2
landowners have?
of the 12 have provided an option?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, no, I do not.
And off the top of your head, you don't know where they're located, their farms are located?
No, I do not. I'm sorry, sir.
And do you know how many of the properties, of the 12 properties that are located in the proposed Route D of the IEC East project are agriculturally preserved lands?
I'd have to take a look at a map in respect to what you mean by Route D.
Okay.
So, can you point me to a map?
Sure.
Out of the 12 landowners, I can tell you that 8 of them have a preservation easement. I think that's what you're asking.
Okay.
I don't know, however, if that is specific to Route D. In respect to that, I'd have to, specific question, I have to go to Mr. Baker in regards to the siting of those routes and alternative routes.
Now, as part of your process, did you contact landowners on all of the different proposed routes, or just the final route picked by Transource?
When you mean contacted them, you mean contacted them to negotiate an easement?
Correct.
No, we did not contact all the landowners on all the alternative routes to acquire an option or an easement. It was on the preferred route. The 12 landowners that are referenced in the line list are the 12 that we reached out to.
You have not read the 8 agricultural land preservation easements to the subject properties on the IEC East project?
That is correct. I have not read all 8 word for word or page for page.
And you don't know how many of those easements are State of Maryland easements or Harford County easements, correct?
My understanding is they're preservation easements. I'm not familiar with the specifics as to if they're a Melf easement or a State of Maryland easement.
And you don't know whether those easements could be different from each other, correct?
Just like any easement or any encumbrance, we would actually have to review those, look at those, understand if there are any impacts. My understanding in this particular case with the preservation easements that are on those 8, in conversation with our legal counsel, that there's no impact to the property or to those easements. Our easements would lay over top of those easements. Therefore, the landowner would be able to continue to do what they do today once the line is up and in service.
So if an easement specifically forbade commercial activity and specifically forbade easements for the transmission of commercial electricity or other items,
Our line is being built for the public service.
that's a commercial activity, correct?
I can't answer that. I'm not an attorney. I'm just know in the sense of what the line is built for, which is for public service.
Transource is a company, though, correct?
What? Transource Maryland?
Yeah.
Transource Maryland LLC?
Right.
Yeah.
It's not a utility company.
Transource Maryland is providing a public service, so in my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, but in my opinion, since it benefits the public service and customers, it would be for public use.
But Transource Maryland is a for-profit company.
That I can't answer.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Counsel, for PPRP.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sandra McLemore. I represent the Power Plant Research Program in this case, and I have a couple of questions for
Okay.
you. They're with regard to your testimony, actually your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll start with on page 4, line 7. You state that our intent is to not use herbicides to maintain the row at any given time. Is that? Okay, sure. I'll bring
And
it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I heard page 4.
It's line 7.
Okay.
You see it
I'm
there?
there. Yes,
It's
ma'am.
in response to expressed concern. Mr. Kelly expressed concern about the use of herbicides.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that intent certain? How certain is that intent?
Our intent to date, we're pretty confident. What I can say is we have no intent to use it as we sit here today. The only reason why we would use it at any given time on any of our projects if a land use changes. Right now, knowing that the majority of the properties are agricultural, even in there may be some sensitive areas, we would never use herbicides in those locations at all.
In what locations? The entire row, or?
Yeah, in the entire 130-foot right-of-way, that is correct.
You would not use herbicides?
Correct.
For certain?
Correct. As we sit here today, that is correct.
Will Transource be carrying out the vegetation management in the row directly, or will they be contracting it out?
Oh, Transource will be responsible for maintaining the right-of-way. If there is any work to be done in the future, we may look to contract that out, but it's our responsibility to manage. Our forestry manager would be responsible to do that.
Okay, so it's your position today that there absolute certainty there will be no herbicides used in the row?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. The next question I have is at the top of page 4, your last sentence there, you see it, it's on lines 1 to 3. You state that where there are existing commercial orchard operations, we incorporated additional clearance into the design. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your position that additional clearance is the only thing that needs to be done in order to address the impacts to any existing commercial orchard operations that will be traversed by IEC East?
Could you define your question or clarify it a little bit more specific?
Yes, I can. The question was, will there be any restrictions on land use in the row, correct? And you say in the it's on page 3.
Yes, ma'am.
You see that? And then you state at the end of that discussion, you state that there are existing where there are existing commercial orchard operations, we incorporated additional clearances in the design. Is it your position that that's the only thing that needs to be done in order for the existing orchards to continue to do what they do today? I think you said that a while ago.
So if I understand your question correctly, is there anything else that can be done to not impact the orchards? Is that what I'm trying to understand?
Not that can be done. Is that the only thing that will need to be done in order not to, in other words, if you do that,
Correct.
will those existing orchards be impacted?
Ms. McElmore, can you, what is that if
If you do, he states on lines 2 and 3 that they incorporated additional clearance into the design of the line to permit those operations, the orchards, to continue. My question is that the only, if they do exactly, if they add the additional clearance, will that allow the existing orchards to continue to do exactly what they do today, their farming operations? Is that your position?
Yeah, I can't say that 100% for certain. The design was to lessen the impact of orchards. Mr. Stein can talk a little bit more specific to the actual construction activities, but there may be impact to those activities. We're going to work with the landowners. We have actually acquired easements from landowners who maintain orchards currently. We have them across our footprint, most especially predominantly in South Texas, where we'll work with that landowner, as I expressed earlier, to identify a least impactful route possible. I can't sit here today because we're not near the construction aspect of the project to know if we can take an alternative path where we can save an orchard tree or any other potential encumbrances. The purpose of my statement and my testimony was to state that we were able to heighten the lines to lessen that impact. So if for a reason where we were able to continue to construct and keep the apple orchards or what may be growing there, as an example, they will be able to continue to grow. If we have to remove the apple orchards, we will fully compensate that landowner for the removal of that apple orchard, and then they'll be able to replace that orchard for it to grow back to its state that it was before we removed it.
There's a couple of follow-up questions to that. First,
Sure.
You say to lessen the impacts, not to completely avoid, correct?
Well, I think it'd be very hard to completely avoid all impacts with the construction activities that may take place. And again, Mr. Stein can talk to the specifics of the construction impacts that may take place.
Well, do you agree that if you place the eastern side of the project on existing lines, that you could completely avoid the impacts to those orchards?
I can't state that. I'm not familiar with the existing lines or what's underneath those lines. What I can tell you from our aspect, my 9+ years in my position, we have apple orchards and other orchards. We have other Christmas trees, fruit trees, other things that grow underneath our lines that we continue to allow landowners to grow.
And I think you believed you were talking about Texas with orchards.
That is correct. That was the example I provided.
Do they have the same type of preservation program, like the MALP program here in Texas?
I can't specifically state because I have not read the easements or not familiar specifically with the foundation it's entirely. What I can tell you is that over 40,000 miles, almost 30% of it is in agriculture or pasture land, South Texas being one of our most predominantly one. The example I gave you was on a recent project where we rebuilt a 345 kV line where we had to work with Dole Company, and we were able to save some of those orchards.
And that was in
property.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
is
go
that
ahead,
in
I'm sorry.
Texas?
Yes, South Texas, ma'am.
Do you believe the farming practices here in Maryland would be different than those in Texas?
In respect to the agriculture itself may be different. The farming practices across our footprint, I think, would be very similar.
So your position is that the farming practices in Texas are like those in Harford County?
No, ma'am, I'm not saying that at all. I'm sorry. I did not mean to position that. What I was saying was an example. We have properties in Ohio, we have properties in Michigan and Indiana that would be similar, as well as other states that we operate in that would be similar.
That would be similar to what occurs in Harford County?
Yeah, the examples that the gentleman in questions that he asked, correct.
Well, let's get back to the orchard and also in these other areas, strike that, in these other areas in Illinois and the other states that you're talking about, do you know if they have a preservation program like the state of Maryland does where you have a line where you've worked with them?
Yeah, so I stated Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, not Illinois.
I apologize.
But that's okay. However, again, I have not read the easements in its entirety. I'm not an attorney. I can't interpret the documents to know during the citing aspect of things. That would need to be reviewed and looked at, and you may be best to ask that question to Mr. Baker.
And that I understand, but I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is you do not know if they have a preservation program in these states similar to MALP. Is that correct?
That is correct. I do not know.
All right, thank you. That's
You're
all I
welcome.
have.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Dean?
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Schaefer, regarding farming operations structures, are there any farming operations structures within the right-of-way of the proposed route of the IEC project?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
And after initiating contact with Mr. and Mrs. Tanner and Mr. and Mrs. Scott, were you given any instructions regarding future communications?
Actually, yes, we were. We were told not to continue to negotiate for an easement with both parties until the PSC reviews. And unless the PSC approves the project, they were not willing to grant an easement.
Okay, thank you. And no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions? Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon.
Hi, sir. How are you?
Good. I had a question for you in your rebuttal testimony on page 5. I'm looking at lines, well, it's the whole first paragraph, from 1 through 6. As you know, we had a public hearing, 2 public hearings.
Yes, sir.
And in the first hearing in Harford County, we had quite a few citizens that appeared and expressed some concerns about the manner in which Transource representatives represented themselves and the project to the citizens, either through negotiations or through just generally making them aware of what was planned to go forward. In your testimony, you note that Transource representatives that are under your direction had to present factual information and make it in good faith, and also had to be respectful and respect the privacy of the landowners and other persons. So it sounds almost as if that's guidance or perhaps I'll use the word training that Transource has provided to those representatives. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Yeah, and that is true on all of our projects. When we select a contractor, first and foremost, we'll do a pretty rigorous review in the aspect of where they're located, the agents that they have, the experience that they have, as well as the location of where those agents may be. We did this in this particular case on this project. Western Land Services was hired by Burns & McDonnell. Burns & McDonnell is managing the right-of-way under my supervision. So we took that same aspect and guidance when we selected our contractor on this particular project. So for example, all of the contractors that are representing Transource have over 10 years plus of experience on the project. In addition, the company was able to show that they've worked on projects in the state of Pennsylvania as well as in the state of Maryland, which is something that we highly regard.
Okay. If a member of the public did not agree that they were presented the information that was either factual or that they were approached in good faith. What was the how would they respond to that? What type of internal training process did you have that gave that customer some alternative option to respond?
That's a good question. There's a couple avenues for landowners to reach out to us Transource directly. We have an office in Chambersburg. There is a 1-800 number on all the mailings that we've provided to the landowners. Western Land Service also has a portal on their website for any concerns based on any interactions that their specific agents may have. So there's two outlets there. If there is something that provides information back to Transource, that's reviewed by the right-of-way manager with Burns and McDonald, brought to the attention of either an employee of mine that's working on the project or myself directly. So when there is a landowner that may result into a less favorable outcome, those things are reviewed internally as well as researched and investigated. One of the requirements, give you an example on that, is our agents are required to put all of their contact diaries in a portal. That portal is reviewed by the supervisor on a daily basis to ensure that landowners are being followed up with. If there are anything that's being missed, those automatically get directed up to their manager as well as myself or an employee of mine to make me aware. One other last outlet for me personally, if a landowner leaves a message at our Chambersburg office, I automatically get notified of that message so I can ensure that follow-up is being done.
Okay, so if a landowner or another impacted person were to use that process, well, let me rephrase it. Did any landowners or any other persons use that process, and if so, what was the result?
So in Maryland, we had...
Specifically for Transource, not for...
Oh, I'm sorry. So on the project, just to give you some factual data, we've had over 6,000 interactions with landowners between the state of Maryland and the state of Pennsylvania. So the process that I gave you would be in place no matter where the location is. We have had 36 voicemails that have been left and all have been followed up with those landowners. Those landowners were really seeking clarification on information they may have received in the mail, wanted an update on the project. So with the amount of information that we provide, sometimes it gets a little bit confusing as there's some misunderstanding, which is what a lot of these were investigated and brought forth with.
Okay, so is it your testimony that none of the impacted customers or members of the community impacted by Transource contacted your office to suggest that they were not treated in good faith or presented information?
Yeah, that is correct. We have not received one direct complaint from a landowner through those avenues or portals that I've provided to you out of those 6,000 plus interactions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know if you're the right, okay, Mr.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. But I'm just trying to understand how, so you'll be responsible for the negotiation with the landowners for the easement?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's my understanding for those members of the, or for those I guess for landowners that have negotiated or contracted with Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation, they have also negotiated with the foundation. Is that correct? And they have received compensation for being a part of that program.
Yeah, that's my understanding. So we have 29 total impacted landowners. We have 12 on the east, 17 on the west. There's a total of 15 of those preservation easements that I alluded to earlier. 8 of them are on the west. Oh, excuse me, 7 are on the west, 8 are on the east.
Okay, I was just trying to understand that. So let's say you successfully negotiate with the landowner.
Correct.
And then the landowner goes to MALP and they're successful in being released. There would have to be I guess, reimbursement, right, for those funds. Would that be something Transource would?
I'm not sure that's accurate reflection to my understanding in talking with our council. So our easement would overlay on top of their easement. So one doesn't supersede the other. So if their activities are currently farming today, what I'm testifying to is they would be able to continue to farm today.
It
and
wouldn't be
would not.
consistent with, though, the easement with Mouth. I mean, have you had a chance to actually read one of the contracts?
No, sir.
An exhibit?
I've not read word from word. Actually, I understand there's an exhibit. It was pretty challenging to read based on the easement and the testimony that was provided. So
here, just because I was curious what is in it, and it sounds like there's a financial transaction, and then there's a lot of restrictions on the landowner, and so. Well, anyway, if you had a chance to look at it, then I don't need. I just was wondering what your interpretation, Transource's interpretation of how they would negotiate with the landowners, and then how the.
I could provide you my interpretation.
And then the other would be, is the landowner even able to negotiate? Because if you look at the contract the landowner has with the state, it specifically says they cannot negotiate another easement.
So what I can state to in respect to the malfeasements and what I know, that the project that we are pursuing here and a landowner being able to grant an easement to us would not impact the existing easement that they have with MELF. If there are certain requirements, as you stated earlier, with the state of Maryland and the easements that they may have on the property, we will go through the necessary steps and seek those approvals that are necessary with those state agencies that are needed.
Okay, but you haven't started any discussions with Mouth, because it sounds like
I personally have not.
Agreed that they would have. It appears that you would have to negotiate with the state as well on this easement.
In respect to the MELF easement or the state of Maryland easement?
Well,
or
foundation.
Both.
The foundation, which is, I believe, is a part of the state of Maryland.
The MELF easement, to my understanding, we would just work with the landowner, and there would be no release of any type of easements that the landowner would have to do. In respect to the state of Maryland, any of the agricultural preservation easements, I believe approval would need to be sought through that. Mr. Baker probably talk a little bit more specific and directly from a siting perspective as to the line route and those potential impacts there may be with that.
Okay.
I just provided you my interpretation.
Questions to the state of Maryland when they have an opportunity to testify.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Do the parties have any questions based on Commissioner Richard or Linton's questions?
I have one follow-up.
Yes. Does Transource have any?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. McElmore.
All right, thank you. You were just discussing with Commissioner Richard about the releasing from the mouth easement, and I understand you said that Mr. Baker might be the appropriate person, but I want to make sure I don't miss an opportunity if you are the appropriate person, correct? So first, have you read Ms. Cable's testimony?
Yes, I'm aware of Ms. Cable's testimony.
Do you have it in front of you?
I can get to it.
All right, I'll give you a minute. And it's on page 8 when you get there, too. Page 8, lines 20 to 27 is what I want to ask you about.
Maybe a Cable Surrey bottle?
Actually, it's her direct.
Her direct, okay. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm sorry, you're referencing a page number again? I'm sorry.
It's page 8.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's lines 20 to 27.
Okay.
And if you look at line 22, it has a statute number, but down below it talks about what a condemning authority must demonstrate that a greater public purpose exists that's served by the easement. In other words, and also that the condemning authority must also show that there are no reasonable alternatives. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Are you aware of any conversations in your office with regard to Transource where they have considered how they would respond to those two questions?
I have not had any conversations with MELF or anybody on the foundation. I believe that would be best for Mr. Baker.
All right, so you wouldn't have any personal knowledge on how Transource would respond to those two questions that are required of a condemning authority before a mouth easement can be released.
In regards to the paragraph itself, I can't interpret the statute. I have no conversations in respect to MELP or anything in that regard, so I can't answer your question.
All right, so you have no knowledge about that, those two questions.
No, I'm saying I have not had any conversations. I can't tell you if anyone else within Transource has.
Right, but is it your testimony that you have no knowledge about the response to these two questions? They're
That-
on lines 22.
That is correct. I have no knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
One quick,
That's all I have.
You're done? Okay. Mr. Stevens.
in regards to Mr. Boynton's, Commissioner Boynton's testimony, you said that there were no structures within the 130-foot right-of-way, but that doesn't include temporary structures, correct?
So could you define what you mean by temporary structures? Because I'm not familiar of anything that's in the 130-foot right-of-way that may be there.
Greenhouses could be temporary structures, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm asking you what your reference to any specific temporary structures that are in the 130-foot right-of-way. Are you asking me if there's a greenhouse in the right-of-way?
No. What I'm asking you is you are not aware of any temporary structures.
That is true.
Okay. But temporary, how many times have you gone out to the properties, or your people gone out to the properties?
We've had over 6,000 interactions. Out of those 6,000, I can't tell you how many times they visited the properties versus a phone call.
So you don't know how many site visits you went to the 12 property owners on the IEC East project?
I have not visited all the landowners on the project. Our representatives have, as well as Mr. Baker and his representatives during the siting process.
Okay. How many times?
That I can't tell you. I don't know off the top of my head how many times.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
No, Your Honor.
Seeing none, the witness is excused. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Counsel for Transource, is witness Stein available?
Yes, after a short break, he can come to the hearing room.
How short?
He's on his way now.
Okay. Do we have any other, off the record now, do we have any other witnesses that are present and can testify today?
I don't think Transource does.
Okay. Do any of the other parties have witnesses present today? No. Okay. Taking a look at the schedule, some of the testimony is going to be relatively narrow. We heard this morning from Transource that they don't have cross for a number of witnesses, including the pro se party, as well as the parties represented by Mr. Stevens. So just be aware that the schedule is subject to change based on witness availability. We actually may not need the full 2 weeks. We may wrap up the bulk of this by Friday. So please be flexible and be ready to examine the witnesses on an accelerated timetable.
Thank you. And Your Honor, just to that point, I believe Mr. Silva would be available tomorrow if we have time to fill.
Okay. Any other witnesses for Transource that could be available tomorrow?
Mr. Domini's scheduled for tomorrow, and Mr. Baker would be available.
Okay. Well, let's plan on that then. Domini, Silver, and Baker tomorrow. Okay. Thanks. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes? 10 minutes. We'll come back at 4:25.
Yes.
Taking a look at the schedule for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, if possible, are witnesses Kelly and Etheridge available to testify on Monday?
Yes, Your Honor, they would be.
Thank you, Joey. Okay, and we could probably get staff witness Roger Austin on Monday as well.
Yes.
Okay, just taking a look at how it's collapsing, since Transource won't have any cross of the Tanner Scotts, Mr. Shaw, and Miss O'Neill. Did you say Miss O'Neill as well?
Correct. We may have a data request response to get in the record, but that's it. No questions.
And I don't imagine any of the parties at the table will be crossing those parties, will they?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. All right. So that day will go relatively quickly after we admit the testimony of those families and individuals. All right. Anything else before we go on the record?
No.
Okay. What's that? We are doing now witness Stein, Stephen Stein. Call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, we would be calling to the witness stand Mr. Stephen P. Stein.
Mr. Stein, please remain standing.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter of citing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Stein, good afternoon. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, Stephen P. Stein, Stein, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Mr. Stein, who is your employer and what is your title, sir?
I am employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation, and my title is Project Director in Transmission.
And sir, who are you testifying on behalf today?
On behalf of Transource, Maryland.
Thank you. Mr. Stein, do you have before you a document that's entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Stephen P. Stein, dated May the 8th, 2019, consisting of 5 pages and 0 exhibits?
I am.
Your Honor, at this time we would like to have marked Mr. Stein's rebuttal testimony as Applicant's Exhibit 19.
So marked.
Mr. Stein, was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision, sir?
It was.
And today, do you have any additions, corrections, or deletions to your testimony?
No.
So if I were to ask you the same questions today that are contained in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is the testimony true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would respectfully move Applicant's Exhibit 19 into evidence.
Seeing no objections, Applicant's Exhibit number 19 is moved into evidence.
Your Honor, we have no live rejoinder for this witness, so at this time Mr. Stein would be available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. McLemore.
We have no cross.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Stein, on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, you indicate on page lines 7 through 9 that you have updated projections for right-of-way, siting, permitting, and project management. What is the cost estimates for the cost of right-of-ways in malfeasement properties versus non-malfeasement properties?
I don't have that number.
Do you know if there's a difference in the numbers?
I don't know of any different.
And is there a difference in the costs of the right-of-way by using monopoles versus using lattice?
No, we still basically price right away on the width and the length. So in this case, the majority of our right-of-way is 130 foot wide by however long through some parcel, and then we calculate the value based on just the square footage, no difference between the type of structure.
Now, does your cost projections for the right-of-way, does that include, say, the loss of use of, say, orchards, trees?
If my understanding, this is a good question for Mr. Schaefer, but in the extent that we need to remove trees or reduce orchard use, compensation is made to the orchard owner for those types of loss. So in the event that the orchard is to continue on normally, because either the height is correct or because there are orchards underneath transmission lines, I think the restriction is a 15-foot. In some cases, it can be higher, depending on what we negotiate with the owner. But in general, if we remove trees, the owner would be compensated.
So you don't have those cost projection differences? You don't know what those are?
For the
area that it's in an orchard where you're removing trees versus an area where...
Let me clarify, in the case of this testimony,
okay,
where I'm talking about the differences here, this is not predicated on me. I hadn't assessed what types of specific. This was me looking at with my right-of-way team and asking them what is their view of what we're seeing based on the market assessment. So that's where, and we made corresponding adjustments to the pricing based on what we think is going to happen based on new information that we gained since we had originally estimated the project before we'd actually located specific parcels. So this was based upon then specific parcels, and now we're looking at routing maps. So I guess that's the. So I don't know that we looked at it from a holistic view from what you're talking about. Types of whether it's. We looked at it based on the market studies we had and the types of land that we think we're crossing.
You said you had a siting team. Who's on your siting team?
Oh, the siting team is led by Barry Baker, I think is going to be a witness here, from AECOM.
That's fine. I just didn't know if you had your own siting team.
No.
Okay.
And we do have a right-of-way team, so I think this question was specific somewhat to the right-of-way and siting and permitting.
And do your cost projections take into account the aesthetic loss damages to a property?
No.
And
I'll clarify. They don't specific as a cost category, but we do negotiate with the landowner. So to the extent that there's a negotiation going on, we typically wouldn't classify it as an aesthetic loss, but it is a negotiation.
Do you calculate as part of your estimates the cost of potential litigation in negotiating or eminent domain
with
litigation? Is that part of your cost estimates?
Yes.
Do your cost projections take into account potential adverse health effects created by power lines?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel, for keeping us present.
No questions, Your Honor.
Dean, any questions from staff?
Good afternoon, Mr. Stein.
Good afternoon.
You're also responsible for, are you also responsible for procurement of materials for the project?
I oversee that effort, yes.
Do you know of any reason why the project could not be completed within one year or one construction season?
Not if we have permits and we have the easements, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stein.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Stein, I'd like to talk about the last page of your testimony, page 5, where it says that Transource provided portions of the estimate of conceptual alternative 3A.
Yes.
You say that the accrued cost to date of among those, or the accrued cost to date for the Furnace Run to Conestone line, that would be the same regardless of which alternative we were looking at, 3A or 9A, right? Accrued costs or the accrued cost.
That is the accrued cost of, to be fair, 9A now.
Right.
Right. Yes.
Okay. The estimated right-of-way cost for the new green fields that would have to be constructed. Is there more greenfield associated with 3A or less associated with 3A?
That would be less.
Less.
There are some in Pennsylvania.
Right. And then there's also costs, Burns and McDonald developed estimated costs associated with the Furnace Run substation expansion. Is that right?
Right.
And that's only associated with 3A or?
Correct. In this assessment, 3A, the numbers I gave for 3A effectively replaced the components that we put on the eastern circuit, the IEC East.
Right.
The west is unaffected.
Right. So my question is, and I think that my recollection, and frankly, I can't recall whose testimony it is, but that the estimated cost of 3A was, I think, $466,000, and the current estimated cost of 9A was about $371 million. Do I have that right?
I guess I think that's a PJM supplied number. The pieces that I gave them, the components that we're currently building of 9A, the components that we would replace with 3A, I provided that. So I'm not entirely familiar with the buildup of the PJM overall cost. I think that might be what you're referring to.
Well, I'm just trying to understand. It seems like if you're using existing right-of-way, why it would be almost $100 million more for 3A than it would be for 9A.
Well, I can talk to the components that we supplied in the Furnace Run substation, which is the most significant part of 3A that would be changed. It's not the same substation. It's significantly different. It still brings in the two feeders from the 500, the tap in from the 500 kV. But then after that, we add a third transformer, which in and of itself is just like a $5 or $6 million set of single phase transformers. But the yard gets twice as large because now we add additional breakers, and the sheer size of it becomes, because now we're a double breaker, double bus scheme. So one transformer significantly changed that 500 kV side of that substation, and the current 9A project has two circuits coming out of that tap down to Conestone. Now there would be 6 circuits coming out in and out of 230 kV, so the 230 kV yard got significantly larger, like by 2 breakers versus 14 breakers. So it's a much different substation. It's not the same substation with an extra transformer set. It's a completely different transformer, 6 circuits versus 2. So I think that's about a $45 million difference just on the substation piece from the Transource side to affect 3A.
Okay, so you're saying that as far as you know, without understanding the PJM side, that
The other incumbent numbers.
the significant difference from Transource's view is the changes to the Furnace Run substation.
Right.
Okay.
And then obviously there's a reduction of the actual lines that come out, but the substation is twice as large, twice as expensive, effectively.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you. And are you, so those are all the costs associated with the Burns and McDonald's, costs associated with substation expansion, the 45 million?
Right, and they also include, so there's the hardware, that is the substation and the building of it, and then there's some engineer, obviously new engineering, more permitting efforts, and all the things that go along with kind of effectively starting an application over. So they factored in kind of a start from scratch permitting process too.
They did?
Yeah.
Part of their 45 million?
Part of the overall cost. I think there's four numbers. I think the low number is 124.5 million from us.
Mm-hmm.
This is for the Transource component, and 155 million, going by my memory. For the higher side, we would recommend the lower cost one, but that relates to, I believe, like a $90 million cost, what we had in for the east side of the IEC East. So, and I don't have familiarity with all the numbers that PGM provided from the standpoint of, I believe, the PPL side, I suppose, and what they need to do. I think there's a small rebuild they have to do, plus adding the circuit. And right.
Okay, and just, I think we talked about this a little bit with our prior witness, that the projected cost of 9A does not include any costs associated with payments that may have to be made, and I'm not saying that they do, may have to be made associated with these agricultural easements. Doesn't include those costs, is that right?
Are you referring to costs in addition to what we'd pay for just an easement?
Well, I mean, you projected how much it's going to cost to
Right.
obtain the easements for
Mhm.
9A.
Right.
But I believe our Mr. Schaefer said that Transource wasn't sure about whether or not those easements would result in additional costs to Transource, and so I'm assuming then those costs are not built into your
Right.
cost estimates.
I will be, to be fair, if he didn't put it in his numbers, I don't have it in my numbers. So,
Fair enough.
because he's helping me with those budgets, so I would agree with him then.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stein, these costs will be recovered by the transmission operators through formulaic rates approved by FERC. Is that right?
I'm no expert in that, and that's not my expertise, but that's my understanding, is that we have a FERC rate agreed, and we will collect that through that FERC rate. Okay. So yes, that's my understanding.
So then, things kind of, I think, get on automatic there for recovery, but that's, I don't say that pejoratively. I just kind of think that's the way they work. But what is in place to institute cost containments on this $217 million estimate? In other words, how are you held to account for that? And are there reporting requirements for variances by a certain amount from that?
Yeah, along with your I think annually, we project to the FERC folks for our projects, not just this project, but all of our projects that are in the FERC realm that are under this type of FERC rate. We report annually a projection, and then as these projections come around, a true-up happens. So, and I'm working under the guise, or the actual idea, that all these costs have to be prudently expended, and so I'm subject to a prudency review, and they can come in and review what we've spent and what for and why. And so, and I don't want to, so it's, from my standpoint, what's in place is a FERC to actually come in and audit and review the numbers, and to actually do a prudency review on the expenditures.
Do you think, does FERC typically do a prudency review like a state commission would do a prudency review in a rate case?
I don't have enough knowledge about that to know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I don't know that
they don't. But
in my 5 years, I haven't been through I've only done one project, I think, that was under FERC rates than this one. I haven't been through a process with them.
So I get back to my frustration, Mr. Chairman, of not having control over the cost of these projects, but maybe I'll talk to you about the FERC processes a little bit offline. Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Okay.
Thank you. Do any of the parties have questions based on Commissioner Herman or O'Donnell's questions?
I have a couple, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. McElmore.
You indicated that the Furnace Run substation would be significantly larger, is that correct?
That's correct.
You weren't referring to the geographic footprint of the Furnace Run substation, were you?
Actually, depending on what we decide, what is selected to be built, if it was a open air substation, not gas insulated substation, it would be significantly larger. And which is one of the issues is why it's more expensive is we're kind of on a hill up there at the furnace, on the Druck's property at Furnace Run. And it's, once we start moving south and east, it's very steep, and we start talking about expensive site prep, retaining walls. So the reason that I asked Burns and Mac to put together some estimates for GIS use is to keep the size down to a reasonable level. So if we built open air, it would be over twice as large, I believe, footprint.
Is there an option to do anything different?
Yes, and that's part of the 4 options. I asked them to provide us an option for full open air, so we can see what it would compare to with the exact same technology we're currently thinking about for Furnace Run in 9A. Then we asked them for, there's a 230 kV side and a 500 kV side. I've asked them to give me an estimate if we did a GIS on either one of those, with the other side being open air. And what we found out in the analysis, and then I had them provide me one with both sides being GIS, that I think that actually worked out to be the second most expensive. The idea being is that
Can I ask, what's GIS?
I'm sorry. It's a gas insulated substation. What it does is allow you to go much smaller distances between the actual phases of the bus so that you can fit it into a smaller area. We typically see those used inside areas that are confined with space in our cities, existing industrial complexes. In this case, a place where we have very restricted, we don't want to be building large retaining walls 30 or 40 foot high, to place a pad up on top of this hill. So the idea was, I need something that can actually be built on where we have the property.
And were you able to do that?
That's why there's 2 options that would probably allow us to do that with a reasonable fee. The one option is that we could try to build just an open air, but I'd probably have to acquire more property, and I can't say with my hand on my heart that I can do that, because I'd have to go arrange more property from the same landowner. So I can't know that I can do that. That assumes I can, but it's still more expensive because of the large expansion on a very steep slope.
So it's, just so I understand, it's more expensive to do the open air?
Yes.
Okay. And your numbers, were they looking at an open air or the GIS?
They looked at an open air for the entire substation. They looked at either side of the 500 or the 230 being a gas insulated sub, and they looked at both sides being a gas insulated sub, which in my mind we wouldn't need that. That would be spending money if that was unnecessary, but I wanted to see what it did, because when I asked Burns and Mac to do this study, I was basically doing this by telling them what I needed them to do. So I wanted to make sure I got what I considered all 4 of the viable options. I knew that it was going to be difficult to fit this on the property.
Okay. You also referenced the start from scratch siding numbers. Do you remember that?
Well, what Burns and Mac added was a 15% value for administrative. That's for folks like project managers, legal, the basic people that support the project in order, siting folks, environmental.
Right.
Basically, we would have new greenfield transmission line in 3A up in Pennsylvania. This wasn't necessarily a Maryland issue, but we'd have to go apply for the substation permit. It's a different permit, and so I had to re-engineer it along with the drainage. And so, yeah, it would be. This isn't just adding a transformer in the corner of a yard. It's a completely different yard, as well as the additional miles of in Pennsylvania of the lateral that gets over to the existing lines.
Assuming that you put in a GIS substation, do you know how much greenfield line you would have to have in Pennsylvania? You may not know. I'm just curious.
Approximately, I estimated about 4.1 miles of triple circuit, approximately 2 miles on either side of the substation going over to the existing PPL lines. And it's approximately, and it'd be 3 circuits going, and we think a 3-circuit corridor going from Furnace Run in both east and west directions. So that's what I estimated from a standpoint of additional right-of-way to procure in Pennsylvania.
Is this more or less than the greenfield line in Pennsylvania for 9A?
It's less.
By how much do you know?
Well, I believe we have approximately 12 miles of greenfield in Pennsylvania on the east, and this would be 6 miles. Well, it's 2 miles, but it's a triple corridor, so it'd be almost 200. It could be 260 foot wide, so it would be the equivalent of 8 miles of the current right-of-way we have.
I thought you said, I apologize, I thought you just said 4 miles.
Well, it's 4 miles by the crow flies, but it's wider.
I got you.
Double. So it's, from a standpoint of impact, wider's bad, longer's bad, but this is shorter and wider.
Okay. Now back to your statement, start from scratch. Was that specifically related to the Furnace Run substation and the Pennsylvania side of siding, or did that also include Maryland?
Well, Maryland, we wouldn't have a issue in Maryland. We wouldn't have we frankly wouldn't be building facilities on the east side in Maryland.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Your Honor, just can I clarify one point with Mr. Stein? Just want to make sure that you said that the 500 GIS and the 230 open air is the same property, that's not larger, right?
Same property.
Same property. The 500 GIS
Would be on the same property.
Right.
Yeah, it's just 2 versions of how we would build that substation. Either one side being gas insulated or the other side being gas insulated in the same yard.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The witness is dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow. 1 o'clock tomorrow. My apologies.